they put that energy out there. I even heard about I think Tariq Nasheed brought this up, even with black women dating white men. Once Essence got Africanized, you started seeing articles saying, 10 ways to attract a white man, because black American women naturally don't have an affinity for white men like African women do. And so I didn't really peep that until it was called out. And it is a lot of non-FBA women that do kind of push this, that try to create this narrative for black women to see white men, for example, but it's still under the auspice of them. It's still under the office of Foundation of Black American. They don't distinguish themselves saying, "Hey, we are African women promoting interracial dating." It's a black thing. So so they do a lot. They're trying to do rebranding of our culture in different ways. But let me get Ron in there real quick. What's good, man?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Appreciate you letting me on the panel. This is an ongoing topic we've had for the last couple weeks on different panels and different shows.
Yeah.
When it comes to immigrant or Black Americans born here from immigrant parents speaking and acting as if they were foundational Black Americans and misrepresentation. Now, when it comes to Nigerians, I think they've taken the worst of our culture from what they've seen on TV, and they've blown it up exponentially to where they are the biggest braggers of most of the other countries in Africa. So I tend to agree with what you're saying right off the bat.
Yeah, it's nothing wrong with bragging. It's like my Jamaican athletes, when it comes to sprints, they'll talk shit, but they back it up though.
Right.
They back it up. And you see like, well, I think who was the sprinter? Shari, and the other, when Shari lost, they was laughing. When we won, they were silent.
Sha'Carri Richardson. Yeah, Sha'Carri Richardson, when she lost, obviously, hey, they held up to what their traditional values are. And here's the thing, they're bragging about something they're good at. I don't care if you're bragging. Brag about, like you said, what are you producing that you're bragging about? Jamaicans produce great runners. Kenyans have great distant runners. What are you bragging about that you're producing that's on a world-class level that everybody knows you for? What's coming out your country? What's your products? If you don't have those, why are you so loud?
Sit your ass down somewhere and work.
Be quiet and go to work and do something where you can be that type of personality.
Yeah, we're gonna give props. We're gonna give props when it's due. You know what I mean? Y'all excel at something. We're gonna give props. We're gonna show it love. We're not gonna hate.
Not gonna hate at all. But do something to rate the braggadocious nature that you have. Don't assimilate, don't steal, don't misappropriate. Be known for something. And I hate to say it, Nigerians don't have a great reputation worldwide. We already know what it is without me having to say it.
Yeah.
Do you guys think that FDA openness to many people made people take advantage and be able to take over a lot of our industries?
Yeah. They've taken over our grants. They've taken over some of our student processes when it comes to getting college funding. It just says Black when they go to apply for these things. I mean, most of the people that are winning these awards are foreign nationals with African last names.
And
go ahead.
it's okay. This is what I think. When, this is another issue when people want to allocate their wins to their nationality. Like, if you want to give a win to Nigeria, right? I think it makes sense if that person was Nigerian born, meaning that they didn't grow up in Black American culture. They didn't grow up in our systems to learn the game. If all your game came from Nigeria, then I say it's fair to say it's a Nigerian win. But what a lot of these people, what a lot of Black immigrants do too, is that they were born in the United States. They go to our elementary schools, high schools, colleges. They are indoctrinated in Black culture. They still have culture that comes from their community, but who raised you? It's like if I was born in, let's say, if I was born in Milwaukee, but then Chicago raised me. I can't go back to Milwaukee. I can't be in Chicago saying, man, this win is for Milwaukee. Because Chicago raised me. Chicago people gonna be like, this is a Chicago win. You know, we done seen you. We done raised you. They're gonna be like, this is. They're gonna rep me as a Chicagoan, even if I was born in Milwaukee. I can't disrespect. I'm just using that as an example, but I can't disrespect Chicago saying, this is a Milwaukee win. I could show respect to my home city. Say, hey, I'm a product of Milwaukee to a certain extent, but Chicago raised me. And so that's kind of how I'm looking at it. I don't know if you want to say something on it, but I'm gonna answer your question, Big Mike.
Go ahead.
Do other Africans and other Nigerians have issue with us or just Nigerians? In my personal opinion, I think all communities had certain issues, right? That's just the growing pains of integrating into a society. But I think Nigerians have tried to ban everybody against us, because whenever there's some type of how should I say this? Whenever there's some type of divisions between Black Americans and somebody else or Nigerians, they always try to bring other nationalities into it. And so that's why I think they're the underlying blame for the Diaspora Wars, because we've dealt with Nigerians, for example, and we never got to a point where we would consider it a diaspora war with the Caribbean people. He said Nigeria as a collective have a lot of deep-rooted issues. Oh yeah, Shade Room was the other one. Salute. I'm collecting data. He said, been to South Africa 3 times. Nigerians are pissing them off too. Yeah.
Oh man, that's funny. Real quick, let me shout out Tori Brown. Appreciate the $10 super chat. Told you I'd catch you, brother. Love you. I appreciate you, Tori Brown. We met each other over in Andre Love Crossing Borders, man. So he's a cool brother. Always supportive of Black media. I really appreciate it. If you're not subscribed to No Excuse Entertainment, Tori, please go subscribe to No Excuse Entertainment. I'm riding on his coattails. It's his show on Afro Sunday, so I appreciate the love, definitely. Go ahead.
No,
what was the question that Black Mike had on the room that you were answering? Because I wanted to talk on that too. What was that initial question you had highlighted?
Oh, he said, he said, do other Africans, other Nigerians have issue with us or just Nigeria? Okay.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's you hit one of the biggest ones right now that's being discussed is the Essence Festival. Over the last few years, since the Essence Festival been owned and operated by African ownership, they've migrated the celebrations of Black excellence in America and made it a worldwide thing.
Mm-hmm.
The whole point of Essence was to expand on Black Americans in America achieving above and outside of the system that we were born and bred in. We had to toot our own horn on how great we were because there weren't no white publications out there that was doing it for us. So Jet and all these other magazines came out to produce and promote Black excellence in one way or another. Essence was one of those magazines. And here you got Africans that are downplaying the fact that Black excellence in America is what the whole root of that whole program is. Yes, you can have Black ownership and you can be an African, but hold true to the root of what Essence was about. You're totally disrespecting all the history that came behind Essence by wiping out saying Black excellence in America is not the only thing that needs to be paid attention to. Why? We're functioning in a white infrastructure. Africa, if you stuck in a white infrastructure, that's your own fault. That's a whole Black continent right there.
Yeah.
You can do something about that. We're providing and we're doing great things in America behind a white infrastructure. And that cannot ever be denied.
You know, another thing I'm thinking about too is that I believe that some of them, I would say some of the Africans or West Africans, they have an issue with us not celebrating their culture like how we do with some of the Caribbean culture. Because like there's like a Jamaican restaurant on my block. And when I go in a restaurant, man, they seem very appreciative to see like an FBA brother supporting their business. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like you know what I mean? Like it's like sometimes it comes up as a surprise, or even like Dominican restaurants. Sometimes they be like they kind of surprised, like wow, like they appreciate our food, and then a relationship kind of evolves from that. It's like okay, the tension dissipates once they see okay, there's some appreciation. I think Essence Fest done correctly, I think us as Black people, we wouldn't have a problem with showing homage. Let's say all the music acts, let's say 9 music acts were FBA artists, and then we decide to bring like a Caribbean artist or African artist. I don't think it wouldn't be a problem with that. Or we got vendors from different FBA cuisines, and then we had a couple of Caribbean or African. I don't think we would have a problem with that incorporating, so people will feel inclusive. I don't think we have a problem with that. But what they did was they did 90% African Caribbean, 10% FBA.
Right. They want to keep the tone of it's about Black people. That's about it. Then everything else went Caribbean to African, and that's just what they did. And it's like, hey, appreciate the background and the history of your stuff, but at the end of the day, hold on, I'm doing 5 things at once, man. Sorry. We're gonna do it our way. Yeah, we're gonna do it our way. Yeah, thanks, but no thanks, type of thing.
Now, do you think that a group of people will feel a certain type of way? Let's just say Black Americans, we support the Jamaicans a lot, whether that's music or food, but then Africans looking like, man, we don't get the love, we don't get the attention Jamaicans get, and now
in Jamaica?
No, in the United States. Let's just say we're in New York. Let's just say we're in New York City, and there's a block of restaurants. You got West African, Jamaican food. Let's just say you got West African, Jamaican food, right? all the black people when they in that neighborhood, they go in a Jamaican restaurant, but barely the West Africans. Do you think they would feel a certain type of way about that?
Yeah, absolutely. It's like, what's wrong with my food? I don't like your food. You know, we're not accustomed to your food. You know, you got to ease on into that. You know what I mean? So, you know, you can't expect. And here's the biggest thing we know as black travelers, and you would tell me better because I haven't been to Africa. Mm-hmm. You can't go in any one of their countries, and this is worldwide. You can't go in any one of their countries, speak about political issues, governmental issues. You can't even talk about some of their issues in their country at all. They'll be like, you don't have a right to say anything. But because you cross those borders and come in America and you have so many freedoms of speech and all these other things, it's almost feel like you're entitled because your skin is darker, that you can speak on these topics with no reference of background on all the generations of stuff that we had to deal with as Black Americans. You have no reference point, but you're just speaking because you got darker skin. Yeah. That's why I always say I'm the darkest light-skinned brother you will ever meet. I know where I came from. I know what my generations before me had to deal with. That's why I sound like I sound. I don't sound like that, like I'm entitled because I have light skin. I've been able to get away with things. I ain't gonna lie from misrepresentation, but I've set them people straight right off the bat too. Don't think just because I got light skin, I ain't as black as the next person next to me, because I am. Yeah. So that's the difference. I understand where my generations came from to where I don't care how much of an advantage I might have because of my skin tone. I don't carry forward with that.
And to kind of add to that too is that I think there is jealousy that Black Americans we do determine what's cool and what's not in the world. That's what pop culture by definition means what's popular in culture, meaning over at least 51% of people rock with that. That's so white America do look at us what's cool, and white people aren't jealous. Well, let me not say that white people do get jealous when it comes to certain things, but they understand that Black people are the cool people. they understand that. And there's many European cultures. There's different cultures in the white community, but white people, as a consensus, look at Black people as the cool culture, music style, and things like that. And so, instead of kind of accepting that, and if you don't want to accept it, cool, then you have to be good enough to replace us as determining what pop culture is. But right now, Black America, we determine what pop culture is. And so when it comes to food, we popularize jerk chicken. I'm just using Jamaica for we popularize that.
Right.
We popularize things that we like. In a lot of ways, we help popularize Amapiano in people that never heard of the genre because we like that music. I think I forgot the artist, Cardi B. I think it was Cardi B. Mm-hmm. It was some artist. No, Rihanna. Rihanna, put out this song. Rihanna told people to check out this song, and there was Amapiano, and then a lot of Black Americans started like tuning in, like, okay, this is pretty hot. So we accepted that. We just haven't got to that point with things that we've seen so far in African culture to popularize it. It doesn't make West. It doesn't make, let's say, West African culture bad. It's just that everybody can't be popular. When it comes to groups of white people, what's the people that wear the skilts What culture is that? They wear the skills.
Are you talking about the kilts? Kilts
Yeah,
are Scottish, Irish, I believe, the main two that wear kilts are Scottish and Irish.
now that's their culture. Do you think they running around mad around Europe saying, why people don't really, popularize our
They're,
culture?
hey, you got to be a man's man to wear a kilt. I got to tell you. You know what I'm saying? That's some bold ass shit for real. But again, that's our culture now. Is a kilt is a dress compared to what the culture was back then. You know what I mean? So that's their background. They don't have no shame in their game. And hey, man, hey, more power to
every
them.
black
By the way,
culture not gonna be popular.
on my channel, we are in an open panel. If there's something you'd like to contribute to the conversation, you're more than welcome to hit the link in the chat, and I pinned it up to the top of my chat as well. So by all means, go ahead and hit the chat. And if you'd like to join the conversation, we're in open panel mode. Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah. I think every black culture is not going to be popping. Just like every white. That's the thing is, it's like everybody in anything. Everybody just not going to be. Every rapper not going to be hot. Every people that think they could play sports not going to be hot. Like there's 54 countries in Africa. Like somebody is going to get left out when it comes to what's going to penetrate, pop culture. What I think, what I would say,
what do you think about this comment Drew's making? I mean, that is the stem of everything that's going on. It was trying to delineate the difference between a Black American, which we're not taking away from the immigration and people that came here properly in America, from the foundational Black Americans that have been here in regards to reparations. If you guys can fly your flags and be proud of your immigration status and where you came from, where's the root of your Black American heritage and all that, then why can't we delineate? Because we're too blended in. They just think they pick a Black person off the streets. That's a FBA Black person versus somebody that immigrated over a couple generations here in America. They still don't have the same, like I said, roots and pain from that growth of that family. If anything, we're survivors. You guys chose to come here.
Right. And a lot of the immigrants come here. Those are the ones that I would say it's more of their talented 10th. I think the most talented, whether it's intellectually or the most hungry. When I mean hungry, I mean just like ambitious. I think those are the ones that's able to make it out the country. Like for you to leave a country, let's say Haitians, for example, for them to go through Mexico or try to cross the Gulf of Mexico, to get over here, like it takes some grit. And so when you make it over here with that grit or those skill sets, yes, you're going to excel because you're an exception from the rest of the population from your country. Who in the background? This black man. This let me uncam and cam up real quick.
Which name is it?
I know it's Black Man Travel. I just want to make sure it's nobody else.
Oh, okay. HB Gone Global. You can hit the link too. You in my room. Hit the link at the top of the chat, bro. If you're available. I know you might be busy.
So what was I saying? So a lot of times the most talented people make it to the United States, but they don't represent the rest of their country. Because I think a brother mentioned like, well, why don't African parents? I'm gonna mute you. I'm gonna mute you, black man, because background noise. But the guy said, some parents say they wouldn't want, let's say, their daughters to marry Black American men. But you're not going to hear that as much if you are in the country of Africa, where they're going to be more excited to see you with not just any man. It could be a white man, it could be a foreign man. They're excited for you to be with a man that's a better option than the current selection. So a lot of that comes from once they get to the United States, in a lot of ways, they may feel like, well, you don't really have to date somebody from the Black community. You could date someone from your own community, which they may have a point. You know what I mean? But it's still a generalization at the end of the day.
Hey, man, Travels, I got all respect to the flag of the Haitian people. He had to throw that up as his avatar for today. I appreciate you, brother.
my American brother, Black Man Travels, because he is a citizen, so he's my American brother. Right. But let me say this real quick, and then I'll let Black Man Travels speak. Now, Nigeria does have talent. There is talent within the culture. You know what I mean? They have some people. They have some great finance minds. You know, not saying that them being scammers is a good thing, but there's a skill in being able to manipulate and be persuasive. So they're good in media. Some of the biggest YouTubers from Black people are Africans or Nigerians. You know, so there's some talent there. So we need to find a way to celebrate what what the pop culture. We need to celebrate what's the talented things, the good things, instead of them trying to force their culture on the things that pop culture really not really feeling like that. But let me bring up HB Going Global, Black Man Travels. You got the floor.
Hey, what's going on, guys? I'm actually driving, so my apologies if you hear background noise.
Okay.
I just wanted to chime in, man. You know, first, the Haitians, we are a popular culture. You know, is what it is. When it comes to Haitian Flag Day, we take over all the cities, so that's a fact. But overall, man, I always give my respect, my honor, my acknowledgement towards the FBAs, towards the history and sacrifice that your ancestors have created for my family to come here and take advantage of the opportunities that we have. Yes, Haiti is a shithole. I never push back on that. If anything, I wrote a paper on that. But you have to understand that, you know, the history and the plight of Haiti is not done by the people of that country. It's done by outside influences. But overall, I'm proud to be an American. You know, I can't call myself a Black American because I'm not a Black American. I'm a Haitian American, but I'm proud to be an American. And I give my acknowledgement and respect towards the Black American culture and history. However, one thing that we're not going to tolerate is disrespect. You know, I was here in the 80s when Haitians were treated like shit by Black Americans. I was there. I experienced it. And we had to push back. We had to push back to the point where we had knives in our bags. We started stabbing folks. We started clicking up. So, you know, a lot of people won't forget that. But also, too, it's just like any culture, any group of people that come to a country for the first time, you will be harassed. It is what it is. But now, as someone who's been in this country for the past 47 years, I've been here for 47 years, I check Africans. I check other Caribbean folks when they talk on that fuck shit about how Black Americans are lazy and all this bullshit. Like, dude, you just got here. You're taking advantage of their sacrifices. I'm like, especially these Uber drivers. I'm always correcting their ass because they always look at me. The first thing they ask me, "Where you from?" I'm like, "What the fuck that's supposed to mean?" Like, I'm from Miami. No. Where you from? I'm like, bro, I'm Haitian. And but they try to like put down Black Americans for no reason. I'm like, why are you even having this conversation with me for? My ex-wife is African American. Well, she's Black American from Mississippi. My kids are Black Americans, you know, and I'm not going to sit here and let you talk foolishness where my kids are Black Americans. Yes, they're Haitian with me, but they could trace down their Black American history through their mother. But I'm the one that's always pushing back. I'm always pushing back towards other Caribbean folks, other Africans who do try to carry that level of arrogance where they didn't produce anything. Like, you didn't produce anything in this country. You're not known for anything in this country. So one thing I always noticed that a lot of Africans, they try to align themselves with Haitian Americans here. And Haitians, we're like, yo, we do our own thing. Like, Haitians, we don't seek anyone approval. We do us. And we understand that, hey, you know what? Our country ain't worth shit. Depends, it doesn't matter where we are. We always get pushback from other cultures. But at the end of the day, it's like you can't call Haitian people lazy. You can't say Haitians come here and just do fuck shit. No, we come here and work. We'll do the jobs that most people won't do. But then again, we make sure our kids go to school, get the higher education, and move on. So
let me ask you
again,
this. Let me ask you this question real quick before I forget. Do
yeah,
you think or have you seen West Africans try to pull Caribbean people into like this?
yeah,
Okay.
yeah. They try to create this like African Caribbean, we're the same people bullshit, and we're not. And then be honest, most Caribbean people view Africans as weak. Like I always tell African man, you are weak because the fact that you allow people to come into your country, come into your continent, and control your resources, control your people, and yet you celebrate your independence in the 1970s. A lot of these African countries are celebrating their independence in the 70s. It's like, how the hell can you walk around and carry strength, or your culture and all that? Yet you were conquered. You were conquered in your own land, and you celebrating your independence in the 70s. At least us Haitians, we celebrate that shit in the 1800s, in the 1700s, excuse me. No, 1800, 1804, my bad, 1804. But the fact that whenever I argue with the Africans, I'm always arguing with Africans. I let them know, man, you people are weak. You are weak. You let people come, Europeans come in, kidnap your people, rape your people, brutalize your people, take your resources, do everything in your own land, yet you celebrating your independence. Like that's so shameful.
Well,
That's
real quick, I want to get HB in, but I just want to address two things. That's why I don't like to use a broad stroke term like Africa, because the Ethiopians wasn't colonized. For example.
Yeah, yes, you're right. But let's keep it real. Most of the Africans that come into this country are from the West Africa, from the West.
Let's keep it in perspective then. Let's try to minimize Africa, or at least minimize it to West Africa, because that's
Well, I mean, ain't no different than Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania. I mean, okay, Ethiopia is the special one, but even then, they shit is not together.
right. Haiti not together either. So
I understand that, but you have to understand Haiti's not together due to outside influences. Let's just keep
my
it a buck.
point is,
As much people want to throw Haiti underneath the bus, look at the fucking history. It was designed on purpose to keep Haiti under their foot.
Listen, this is what I'm trying to say. I want to say that I'm proud of Haiti. I'm proud of Haiti that they're the only black nation that fought for their independence, and I'm proud of Ethiopia being a country that wasn't colonized. Now both countries still got fucked by the Western powers, but let's celebrate something that few black nations have accomplished. Haiti accomplished something. Ethiopia has accomplished something. You know what I mean? We will lose those accomplishments by talking about all the fucked up shit that
But
goes on in those countries.
but I'm gonna tell you this, man. Africans don't view you as allies. They don't. A lot of Caribbean countries don't view you guys as allies, and it's fucked up. And I've said it many times. Yo, Caribbean people, African people need to align themselves with African Americans. Stop the separation thing, because right now, folks are getting deported, and now they realize shit. Black Americans got the strongest voice in the country. Latin America, they're getting their nigga moment right now. They realize like shit. We need to align ourselves with African Americans, and they're just like, nah, keep that same fucking energy. Me no black, me Dominican, all this bullshit. Hey, keep that same energy. So when it's time for you to get deported, this is what it is. You can't request for help when you literally shit on people. And that's why, like,
let me get HB in. Go ahead, HB.
Yo, what's up, man? Hey, I was on
What's good?
message. Tapped in. Can you hear me?
Hey. Yeah, there's a lot of background noise going on over there.
Hold on, let me see. Hold on, yeah. So, I was trying to gather what y'all was talking about. I don't know what y'all really talking about. Damn, my phone acting up. Hold on. So, it was not a point y'all was hitting on. I don't know where to start at, but the thing is with the ally shit, man. Look, look, they had a news article where they said, "Oh, this HBU student, graduate, whatever, got arrested by ICE." And they was kind of vague on like the information that they was trying to give out. You know what I'm saying? And come to find out, the dude was a damn Hispanic and shit. Because now they letting all these Africans and all these other people to HBCU now and shit, and all these Africans, they starting to take over HBCUs as far as like the staff and all that shit. They started to change the curriculum and all that stuff like that. But they was very deceptive because they were trying to get us to galvanize behind them. You know what I'm saying? Knowing they got anti-FBA sentiment. So I just want to touch on that. Also, look, I don't have a problem with Haitians, but the thing is, I've been kind of brushing up on Haitian history, man. Like, man, yeah, bro, y'all keep trying to blame Western powers, man. Listen, man, y'all murdered Dessalines. Like, y'all wanted to go, they wanted to go back enslaving each other and shit, man. Like, they was really on some cool shit, man. Like, Dessalines got them their freedom, and they ended up murdering this dude, man. And then they try to like, prop up like, oh yeah, they try to like hold Dessalines as just, this wonderful guy, but y'all killed the dude, man. The dude got y'all freedom, and then they turned on him. And then another thing, like as far as like you was talking about, like when there's a white man, whoever black, whoever goes to Africa, to these countries and shit like that, and the people be excited. That's true, right? I experienced that shit firsthand because I've been doing my African tour or whatnot. But yeah, when you go over there, man, they be like, all that freaking Diaspora Wars shit, that shit don't even exist, man. Really, when you go over there, they be going around telling the whole village and shit. Like I was messing with this one girl in Durban, man. Like them motherfuckers like brought out the whole village, bro. When I came, I was like, God damn. Like this girl was beefing with her mama. Even her mama came out to goddamn meet me and shit. And like I haven't spoken to her mama in years. And, like, so her mom treated her bad and all that shit. All of a sudden, her mom shows up and shit. The motherfuckers asking me for money and shit. I'm like, what the fuck? They goddamn, the dude, like, I guess he considered like the patriarch of the family. He asked me because when I'm gonna play the Lobola. Lobola is the bride price and shit. I was like, what the hell? I was like, hell no, man. I was like, it's crazy though, man. Like, they do be, looking at us with glitter in their eyes and shit when we come over there. As far as like when you start trying to date the women or whatnot. What else y'all saying? What else y'all talking about? There was some of the points y'all was hitting on.
You need to get a pen and a paper, brother.
I know, man. Y'all, because I had just came in when y'all said, "What's up?" When I said, "What's up?" I just came in.
I got a notebook, I got a pen, and I'm sitting here constantly having to write down my notes so I don't interrupt. So,
man, I've been dead, man. Yeah, man. I've been keeping this irregular nights, man. I've been editing a lot of content, man. So since I got a lot of time, but yeah, man, this whole us trying to motherfucking help motherfuckers, man. These motherfuckers hold their own goddamn nuts, man. Like, to be honest, I just didn't really see, because I didn't grow up in Florida. I didn't grow up in Miami and New York and shit. So, I never experienced all this anti-hate on immigrants and all that shit. I never experienced that. So I can't really say, I can't really have an opinion on that. But I just don't really see black people just really, like black Americans, really just hating on, somebody from elsewhere and shit, or there's a whole bunch of violence and stuff like that. I feel like that came from a lot of other, from what I'm hearing from third party people, a lot of that shit came from other immigrants goddamn attacking each other. You know what I'm saying? A lot of those cats is blending in. I was watching this one of these hip hop documentaries, and this one dude, he said he went to school with this one cat that he grew up with. He thought he was black the whole time. This motherfucker was Dominican. He said he was in a situation the dude started speaking Spanish. Like, what the fuck is that? When you start speaking Spanish? He said, I'm Dominican. He said, what? You Dominican? So it's a lot of cats that come here and blend in, so you don't really know who you beefing with. You know what I'm saying? You just assume they black American, but you know what I'm saying? These, like, all that hate and shit, man, that typically come from foreign people with you, because they be having that whole these diaspora wars and beefing with other people and shit for no fucking reason and shit. Just like you got motherfuckers on the same goddamn island, Hispaniola, got Haitian on one side, you got Dominican on the side, them motherfuckers hate each other. So
Well, I
Well, I
don't
mean,
know.
Black Man Travels will tell you different because he married a Dominican woman, and she
I
got
mean,
here and when she went and
of
got her
course,
papers. She said she
of
was
course you have some people fuck with each other. Like I've been to DR several times and shit, and
So you're saying in
Haitian.
general, Haiti
I'm
said
just saying in general. You know what I'm saying? We can't deny they got a whole fucking damn North Korea, South Korea, DMZ, and fucking and over there here, Spoyola and shit. You know what I'm saying? And
But
you know,
the main premise of today's topic is about Nigerians
that.
trying to bring these other groups of black immigrants into their beef with us. Not saying other groups of people don't have their sentiments, but Nigerians are strategically trying to make it us against them when it's really us against Nigerians. The ones that want to ignite this competition.
you know what?
Um,
Hey, yeah, that's what I want to hit on too. Yeah, because I'm glad you reminded me. So yeah, that part, man. The reason why these people are trying to pull them in because they meeting people from the Caribbeans who be on the same bullshit. So we're not gonna say all Caribbeans, but like for example, I've been watching that one podcast. What's that one with the cats? It's the three cats from New York. It's like the FBA dude, one dude Jamaican, and the what's that name of that podcast? I don't know. They be having all the women and shit. It's like that red pill like shit. Damn, what's the name of them dudes?
not Fresh and Fit.
No, not Fresh. Fresh and Fit ain't from New York. These cats from New York. It's three of them. One is a Jamaican, one FBA, and it's another cat. It's one. I know one dude named Drew or some shit, and the one got the little. It's a FBA dude. He had them little cornrows and shit, man. Somebody in the chat, man. Damn, they podcast blew up and shit. But whatever. They have nothing but them cats. They have nothing but Caribbean people on their shows, and it's the Caribbean people who be talking all that anti-FBA shit. Because their whole content is around and shit. It's mostly women though. But you know, as women, you know, they gonna pop their shit. So they ain't got no filter. They gonna tell it how it is. It's a lot of damn Caribbean people who have a lot of anti-FBA hate and shit, bro. So that's why the Nigerians are they aligning because they know they got somebody they can click up with to do that shit.
But listen to though, I will say this is my observation. Let me mute you real quick. This is my observation. The ones that be having that sentiment from the Caribbean, it tend to be the ones that are left out. The Trinidadians, for example, right? I see them talk a lot of shit, the Trinis, because they get left out because Jamaicans, in a lot of ways, overshadow them because they've had issues with Jamaicans. Haitian, especially in New York City, there's been micro tensions with the Caribbean islands as well. But those countries that don't get the attention are the ones that I see the most. You know, the Trinis, you know, everybody else. You know what I mean? I think, in my opinion, I don't really see that much from Jamaicans, honestly. I'm just using them as an example. And I wanted to say one thing to Black Man Travels before he left off, though, because he said Haitian culture is popular culture, and I'm not trying to. I want what if you listen to Black Man Travels. This what I'm saying is that in respects to Black Americans, if the average Black American, they're gonna have the most knowledge on Jamaican culture than they are Haitian culture. You ask the average Black American, name a Haitian dish, name something, you know, tell us something about Haitian culture. They're not going to know. So, in that respect, Jamaican culture is the most popular in America when it comes to what Black Americans know. So, I just wanted to just point that out. But it's not saying everybody feels like their culture is popping, but popular culture is what people what people know and gravitate to more, you know. But I'm gonna get obstacles in here real quick. What's good, obstacles?
Yeah, what's good? No excuse.
Oh, nothing much, man.
Shout out to everybody else on the panel. So, I guess the crux of the conversation is why Nigerians are to blame for the diaspora. If I could bring it back to that, if that be the case, right?
Right.
All right. So, I think y'all guys made a bunch of great points, and I definitely just want to kind of reiterate that at the end of the day, people have beefs, and I get it, but I usually don't get somebody that's winning in life chatting about me or hating on me. So I think everybody has something to be proud of, and then something not to be proud of, whatever's going on in your culture. So I think that, that's what a group is going to do when they come in here. They could play nice, or they could decide to go to war. And then I guess what the sentiment is possibly Nigerians decided to go to war instead, to jock for position. And that's okay. I mean, look at Nigeria. I don't blame them. But at the end of the day, we're going to have to do what we got to do. I mean, I think one of the things people like to do, and I always like to iterate, is you got to look inside a culture and see what they produce. Oh, I got this culture, I got this food, I got this dance, and I got this. Well, culture's more than that. It's economics, it's politics, right? And so when we actually start looking at those other things besides what you eating, jollof rice, or what you wearing is a dashiki, or whatever it be that you're wearing, what does it result in? What has your culture achieved, right? And if it hasn't achieved a strong nation, if it hasn't achieved some of the best technology seen on the planet, if it hasn't achieved power at the end of the day, then you're going to have to look through your culture, dress down, and get some things out of it that might not be beneficial for you. It's no point in having jollof rice and everybody's poor and can't produce electricity, or have paved roads in your country. So at the end of the day, I think we fall in love with some nostalgia about our cultures. Everybody does. But if they want to start a war, then we're going to win. We're the most endowed, or let's just say we're the most wealthiest blacks on the planet of the earth. And then that's just the statistical fact in comparison. And that is what it is. Now, you could blame it's the proximity close to this group or that group. But I would say if you have vibranium underneath your feet and you're not the richest, you got a bigger problem. But net at the end of the day, you want war.
B1, let me see who you are
That's a
real
part
quick.
of life.
B1, let me see who you are real quick before I let you up. Somebody in the
Bro,
back,
they love pumping their chest on that damn that Jollibee Rice, bro. Listen, bro, I've been to a few African countries, bro.
Hold that thought.
Nigeria eat Jollibee Rice, bro. It's like, why y'all keep fucking pumping y'all chest to that bullshit? That's what I don't get.
B1 in the background. Look, cam up and just turn your cam up. I just want to just confirm. I just want to see who I'm bringing up before I bring you up. All right, while I'm waiting for them to let me see who they are first, man. But yeah, let's get on jollof rice, man. Let's get on it, man. You had jollof rice before?
Yeah, I had that shit. That shit was mediocre as hell.
Hey, I'm a rice guy, man. I love all different types of rice. I just don't know if I've ever had jollof rice to speak on it, but man, I like rice. But
now here's the thing.
They need to be.
Now here's the thing, right? You know what I mean? Like when I was a shorty, my mom, my mom's was a single mom, right? And I think it was some point in time, she probably dated some Africans, right? And I remember as a kid, like going by somebody's house, family house, and they cooking African food. I'm like, man, this shit do not smell good at all. And as a kid, right? And you get something that's not appeasing to you, your face twisted. You're like, I don't want to eat that. It don't smell right. And so I don't know if you've seen the video I played at the beginning when the lady was saying we don't like African food, but it's not really a shot. I don't think it should be taken as a shot. You know what I mean? Like some foods do have distinct smells. Fufu. I would rather have cornbread than fufu. Fufu or ugali is just water and flour mixed up until they make a dough. They don't put no salt in it, no pepper in it.
Oh my God. Hey, bro, they be thinking that shit is like king in those countries. When I taste that shit by itself, I said this shit tastes like nothing. Why y'all think this shit is like the fucking best shit ever? But you know what I'm saying? Oh, you're supposed to mix it in with something else. I'm like, no, I'm talking about by itself. Why y'all praising this shit as is like it's the best thing ever? Man, like, that shit be confusing me sometimes. I be like, but y'all ain't got no taste buds and shit.
But I think it's one of those things like we praise ramen noodles, not necessarily because it's really good. It just means something. And so when you look at like, what's that drink called again? The white stuff, ugali.
Ugali or fufu or
Yeah, or fufu. That stuff is just like the bedrock. There's that little thing that Ethiopians have. That little bread. That joint is
injera.
garbage.
I don't like
Yeah, that joint is
injera. I
straight
don't like
garbage.
injera. Some people like it, but I don't like it.
Nah, Ethiopians like it. That's it. But net at the end of the day, it just means something to them. It's like their ramen noodles. Like, man, this is what we came up on. You get me? Like, right. All you gotta do is put water in the pot and eat it. And a lot of circumstances, man, all you got is heat, water, and that powder. You ain't got no butter. You ain't got all that other stuff. You ain't got no oven to put it in. Like, what, bro? That's some first world stuff. Like here, we just got that stove popping and then got that water and put that in, and we can eat that.
But yeah, jollof rice, man. I'm sorry, it's trash. I've seen videos how they make it. Oh, go ahead, Ronnie.
No, I'm just gonna have to take y'all's word for it. It don't sound appetizing, but I mean, there's some things in our culture. I'm sorry, I can't be in a room with chitlins cooking. I can't smell the shit.
No, I can't fuck with that shit either.
An environment where it's being cooked. You know, I literally will leave a house. I've left my mom's house. My brother liked that shit. I can't even be in the house when she warming it up. I gotta go.
Man, my mom tried to cook that shit like a few times when I was young. Now I wasn't having that shit. She stopped even trying to make that shit after like I forgot how old I was, but I was like, yo, that shit stink and it's disgusting. I had neighbors, man, they used to eat pig feet and all this shit. I'm like, what the fuck? Hog head, cheese, and all that bullshit. I'm like, nah, my dog. I used to go to their house. They used to have a jar with pig feet and that shit. They was like, you don't like pig feet? I'm like, hell no. I ain't putting no motherfucking pig foot in my motherfucking mouth, bro. Like,
it's pretty good though.
The reason I say that is because we have food in our culture that we might not like, and it identifies to our heritage and what we had to do in order to survive. We took the worst pieces of a lot of the different animals that the white people wouldn't eat, and we made them great for the time being. But I don't think you need to continue to relive that shit as we've gotten older and have access to better tasting foods that are a lot more healthier. Maybe that's something within their culture they hold to high regard because it was a staple for them to survive their situations. I don't know, but there's certain things in each culture that are not the greatest tasting, but for some reason our people still want to eat when you don't have to anymore.
Real quick, look at Mexican food, American Mexican food, or Tex-Mex. It's not the same as Mexico food. So Mexican cuisine had to evolve to the American palate. You know, which a lot of these, which hasn't happened in a lot of these.
Serve it in America, they just continue to serve it in their country and to their people only. You know.
These are Nigerians, Ghanaians, Senegalese, Gambians fighting over jollof rice, man. I've seen how they make it. I've seen them pour like a quart of palm oil, which they was trying to claim is a healthier oil, which is not.
Bro, they pour that joint on everything. Like palm oil, and then it'd be not only palm oil, it'd be like 6 other oils in a dish, and they'd be like, yo, this is lit. I'll be like, bro, stop the madness.
So palm oil is a new olive oil / coconut oil type of thing, avocado oil. Palm oil is it.
If it's too much,
I got a question to obstacles and no excuse
drop
man.
the link on your chat.
Huh?
No, I was telling Ron to drop the link because if they can't see it when I drop it, people from your chat.
All right.
Go ahead.
Hey, do y'all? Hey, when y'all in Africa, do y'all eat with y'all hands and shit?
I mean, the Ethiopian food, yeah, because that's kind of just what it is. I try to adapt. I don't try to bring my American ways. Like I try to adapt.
Yeah, when in Rome, I do what the Romans do. So yeah, I do that.
I have not yet, and the Philippines has the same type of culture where they eat with their hands. They give you an option to eat with your hands with the plastic gloves. I'll take a plastic glove and do it, but I can't. For some reason, I have a phobia about my hands and food what other people have touched. Nah. I can't.
Yeah, nah. Yeah, actually, let me rephrase. If it's one of them big bowls where everybody dipping in,
yeah, it's a booth type of thing on a big ass table because they have a thing where they put banana leaves on a big ass picnic table and they put all the food, all the rice, everything all on one big ass table and everybody's getting their hands. Bruh,
hey, I do it though if I get to get in first. I get in first and get out and never go back again. Like I hit it first, Ray J. Like that's it. Other than that, I can't do it again.
He said I gotta hit that shit first. I ain't going back in though.
I can't, bro. I can't. That shit's so unsanitary, bro. Like, listen, I see these. Look, I'd have seen these people, man. Like that. Like, look, I'd have seen people wash their hands in the same bowl. Like, everybody wash their hands in the same bowl, then they go put their hands into the food and shit. I was like, hell, fucking nah. I be paying attention. I pay attention to a lot of shit, man. Maybe y'all must overseen that shit, but they be motherfucking washing their hands in the same bowl, man.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I know I wash my hands if I go to the bathroom each and every time. I'm sanitary as fuck. I was just telling my girl I have a problem. I have a phobia with bugs in my house, all that shit, bro. I'm very fucking clean. I'm anal when it comes to being clean. So it's just like, bro, I cannot. You know, I can't follow behind somebody. I don't know how clean they are, their house. I can't even follow behind if I know somebody's got a nasty ass house. I'm not eating their fucking food.
Yeah. Hey, I just finished editing the video. I totally forgot about this shit. I was with this one girl and she was I think she touched a garbage can and shit, but she didn't wash her hands because I was watching her, and I was like, but I didn't think nothing of it. So we ordered our food. We was getting ready to eat, and I put it in the video. Y'all, it ain't came out yet, but I finished editing it last night. But I was like, yo, did you wash your fucking hands? And she looked at me like, what are you talking about? I said, yeah, you touched that damn garbage lid. And then she edit that shit out. I was like, no, bitch, y'all motherfuckers be nasty, yo. That's why I don't be trusting that shit, bro. Like, just eat with motherfuckers and shit, man. You know what I'm saying? They fucking knock their hands out or whatever. But a lot of times I see a lot of Africans, they don't even, like me personally, I ain't been to West Africa, but I noticed they don't even really be eating with their hands like that. Usually it's like, if it's like they eat at home, or it's like super traditional, but a lot of times at the restaurants, motherfuckers eat with fork and knives and shit, man.
Black Man Travels is back in the building.
Hey, what's up, guys? Sorry about that. I lost connection.
It's all good. You driving, you say it, so.
Yeah.
All right, what's your opinion of jollof rice?
Haitian rice is better. Haitian rice is the best rice, period. There's no comparison.
What is Haitian rice? I never heard Haitian rice or even heard of Haitian rice.
Oh man, bro, you missing out, man. Haitian rice is Haitian rice. I mean, even Nigerians, even the folks from Ghana, they know not to compare their rice to ours.
But I'm saying literally, I've never heard anybody mention Haitian rice as like something like jerk chicken or some shit. I never heard of Haitian rice. I never heard nobody talk about it. I mean, I never heard it as a staple in any like area.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't live in Miami and
yeah, the thing is, if you live in like the New York, Boston, Miami, like where there's a large concentration of Haitians, then you'll know. But if you're somewhere in the Midwest or West Coast, you're not gonna know it.
Hey, Black Man Travels, you don't put ketchup on spaghetti, do you?
Man, when I was poor.
Okay. Now, because my homie was Haitian and he was like, "Yo, this is how we do it." And then
the thing is, yes, growing up, because we, to afford spaghetti sauce, that's money. But once we realized, hey, we got money for some spaghetti sauce, we don't use ketchup anymore. But what we normally do for our spaghetti, we use tomato paste as the sauce to make the sauce.
Okay. Now this dude made 6 figures. He still didn't care. He was like, "Nah, man, this is how you do it."
No, that's some backwards shit right there.
All right.
Yeah, and shout out to you, Obstacles, man. I just wanted to apologize for my little bullshit behavior last time around. I felt bad after I got off. Like, I was an ass. So I just wanted to apologize.
Yeah, we Gucci, man. I know you're not that type of person.
Obstacles a Marine, man. He don't. Man.
I know, but I'm just saying, just in general.
I appreciate it, though.
That was like I was a little out of pocket, so I just wanted to apologize.
No, I appreciate it. If there's some sentiment in that way, me too.
Not to HB Gun Global, fuck them. It is what it is.
Oh shit!
Hold on. Who is Blue Collar Bro? Are you there?
What's happening, man? Can you hear me?
Yeah,
I can hear you.
What's going on, brothers? I
What's
just
going on?
wanted
What's
to
good,
chime
man?
in and give my opinion on the whole thing, man.
go ahead.
As far as the Nigerians, man, down here, I'm from Louisiana. We don't run into too many Nigerians like that.
Okay.
But from what I see from abroad, bro, they make a lot of noise, bro. But like old boy said, bro, they just the 1970s, what have y'all accomplished, bro? You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't really see much going on. Like, a lot of people flee their country and they come here and try to shit on Black Americans, bro. It's like, and as far as the Haitians go, I had a lot of respect for Haitians. And I'm still kind of like in between, bro, because I know a lot of the time when people get over here, they change up. You know what I'm saying? We don't always get the best that come from the mother countries when they come here. I always gave the Haitians credit, bro, because I always felt like America probably should have went a little easier on the Haitians and helped them a little more, because I'm from Louisiana. I know about the Louisiana Purchase. If it wasn't for the Haitians whooping Napoleon ass, shit.
Thank you, brother.
Louisiana, the Midwest.
Thank you, brother. Thank you.
Northwest wouldn't even be America. You know
Thank
what I'm
you.
saying?
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, brother. Thank you.
Yeah, man. And before all the travel bans, I had planned on doing a Haiti series. You know, everybody know I go to Cuba a lot, man. But I had plans on doing the Haiti series before the travel ban. But yeah, man.
You should do that, Blue Collar. You should. You should do that, because people really need to understand what the Haitian people contributed to, and the similarities in some of the areas within America Haitians have affected. I mean, obviously, if they speak Creole in Louisiana, we speak Creole.
I think our issue ain't really with Haitians in Haiti, more so Haitian Americans that try to shit on Americans. You know what I'm saying? It's the same thing with the Cubans, man. When I be in Cuba, man, the Cuban people, the Afro Latino people in Cuba, some of the best people you ever come across.
Facts.
And when I used to go to DR, the same.
One thing you've been from.
My best encounters used to always be with the Haitians. I always rolled with the Haitians more than I rolled with the Dominicans when I was in DR.
Now you being from Louisiana, what do you think about? Because I noticed like some of the West Africans, they try to pull, let's say, Haiti into this diaspora war, and they try to talk for Haitians, but Haitians not saying this. There was a comment that was made that said New Orleans is what did it say? Is a diluted version of Haitian culture.
She would never say that.
Gaslighting. Right.
One thing is, I'm gonna say this: Haitians acknowledge New Orleans. The fact that the culture is very similar to Haitian culture in a way where the food, even with the architecture of the French quarters, is similar.
I'm gonna tell you, Louisiana might be one of the most, other than Florida, might be one of the most Caribbean states as far as like the things we got in common with them. Plus, a lot of our people came from the Caribbean. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know, a lot of our people came from the Caribbean. Like in the Caribbean, you know, they had sugar cane plantations. Louisiana, they had sugar cane plantations.
Mm-hmm.
You know, a lot of the same stuff. We was under the Spanish, the French, just like they were. You know what I'm saying?
I like this brother, man. I like him.
Wait. But the biggest thing about Louisiana is we were the melting pot before America was the melting pot. When the French owned Louisiana, it was total integration. White, black.
That's facts,
Indian,
man. For a long time, New Orleans.
Matter of fact, in order to be considered Creole, you have to have a certain mixture, even in your race mix. Have to be a certain amount of black, Creole, Indian to French to maybe even a little Latin heritage.
You want to hear something crazy, Roland?
So
I used to go to New Orleans a lot. I used to work at Dancing Festivals every year back in 2003 through 2005. I did 2 events at the New Orleans Fest. at the Essence Music Festival. And I remember I was speaking to this lady, and she, you know, she said she was Creole, and I told her, hey, I'm Creole too, and she looked at me like, no, you're not. I said, why? Well, because your skin color. I'm like, really? Well, I speak Creole, I eat Creole, I do all, but I didn't tell her I was Haitian yet. But the thing is, in her mind, she saw Creole as a skin color.
No, it means a different blend.
No. Wait, hold up. I'm just saying at the time when I was talking to her, I had to school her because I started speaking Creole to her, and I said like, well, the food that you guys eat, jambalaya, we eat the same thing, but we just called it different. So, but in her mind, to be considered Creole was based on her skin color, hair texture, and eye color. That's what she considered Creole. So I was just it was like a little back and forth banter. I mean, I end up like, you know, having a good time, whatever. But it was just a back and forth.
They get all that from Beyonce, man. They get all that from Beyonce, man.
But my observation of Haiti and New Orleans, and correct me if I'm wrong, it wasn't no social media. It wasn't no way to exchange information. I feel like both cultures evolved on their own. Like nobody copied from each other.
No.
I don't think.
I mean, no excuse. You'll never hear a Haitian person say that. That's why it had to be a Nigerian or someone African related had to say that. A Haitian would never claim that. It's just like, yo, we respect the New Orleans culture because it's kind of similar to ours.
Right, so, but it evolved. Each culture evolved on its own.
Yeah, correct. But the basis is pretty much the same.
Of Spain and France being ownership of those two cultures is what causes them to have so much similarities.
That's right.
And most likely because when the French owned it, it was a docking port. I mean, the French took in everything into Louisiana and moved.
Interesting fact. A lot of the slaves that came into New Orleans were from Haiti. Because France was bringing them from Haiti to New Orleans.
They came from Haiti.
So that makes sense.
And Cuba.
The docking areas in Louisiana, main port was Louisiana for a long time for the French. And they would take all their wares and run it all the way up into Canada. That's why you have French, Canadian influences in Louisiana. It's because of that history of that whole importing thing going all the way up through America into Canada from Louisiana.
Right. Another interesting fact, like the guy that founded Chicago, Jean-Baptiste, he came from Haiti from New Orleans. So his first stop was in New Orleans. He was there for years.
Right.
Then he decided, you know what, I'm going to just sail up the river and go up to the Chicago area. And that's where he ended up landing in Chicago. But he started off in New Orleans.
Right.
But even something like gumbo, right? Like my understanding of gumbo was that it symbolizes the swamp. You got all these different.
No, but it's the same thing. We call it bouillon. Same thing. Bouillon. Gumbo, bouillon. Same thing.
Man, and don't get it twisted, man. A lot of the people that came here came from the Caribbean, man. Came from Haiti. Came from Cuba. Came from DR. Because, man, we still got a lot of the names, man. You look at our famous musicians, Baptiste. You know, a lot of our famous people share them same last names. You know what I'm saying?
Right. I think the Cajun culture is that's
white.
When the white people started, the Cajun comes from the French Canadians.
Yeah, they come from Canada.
So that's where some of that blend comes in too. The Cajuns are the French Canadians that came down to Louisiana, but they also integrated with the blacks.
Oh yeah, everybody blended, bro. It's a big melting pot down here, bro.
In fact, when Louisiana was purchased by the United States, because it was a southern state, they had to start influencing Louisiana and the French people to stop being so integrated. They weren't comfortable.
Yeah,
they're like, no, y'all too comfortable with that shit. We got to introduce racism into that culture because
and don't forget about the Italians too, man, because the Italians was looked at as black down here too for a long time. It had a big old like mass like lynching of Italians in New Orleans way back.
Now the seafood boils, like the crawfish boils, and like, you know, that we see now where they put a lot of seasonings and butter. I think that's unique to Louisiana. I don't see seafood boils.
And again, like I said before, a lot of the some of that stuff wasn't even eaten by white people.
Correction. No excuse. No excuse. The whole fish boil. A lot of Caribbean countries do that too. we don't call it fishbowl. We have our own unique name, but we do the same exact thing.
Like throw it in a bag with potatoes and corn.
I mean, that's modernized. We have to understand how things were done back then. They put everything together: eggs, sausage, fish, shrimp, all that stuff in it. They did the same thing. My mom did that as a child.
Okay.
So I mean, every island are very similar. We just called it differently. We didn't call it fishbowl. We probably had our own unique language for it. Just like the rice and beans, the red beans and rice. Dude, that's a common staple across the Caribbean.
Yeah, let's put any culture that's close to a coastline, they have similar dishes. They just call them different things.
They
I was
eat
born
crawfish in the Caribbean too, bro. I've seen Trinidad people born
Yep.
with crawfish, you know?
Yep.
Okay.
They do crawfish in the Caribbean too.
Well, I think we need more exposure to these cuisines because in America as a whole, we're only Jamaican cuisine dominates Caribbean food.
It's more commercialized.
Yeah.
But if you go to Miami, you see Trini restaurants, you see Bahamian restaurants, you see Haitian restaurants, you see all type of restaurants, Dominican restaurants, Puerto Rican restaurants. It depends where you live. Now, if you live in Milwaukee, Chicago, you're not going to see that too much. But you live along the East Coast, Florida area, yeah, you're going to see that. Like, for instance, a perfect example, I'm married to a Dominican. Her mom's currently visiting. My mother had a fish fry. Again, this is something we've been doing since I was a kid. But we didn't call it fish fry. It was something we did. We caught a bunch of fish, crab, shrimp, and cooked it. And we cooked some Haitian food. Her mother said, yo, we eat the same thing in Dominican Republic. She said, yo, this is the same exact food.
Now the Zatarain's flavor, the seasonings that I see in New Orleans, I haven't seen or tasted.
I mean, the season's going to be different. It's not going to be exact because it's
different. You got Old Bay on the East Coast. You got Zatarain's down in southern area, and then we make our own rubs and spices too, based on our flavors and our taste buds.
Right.
So, I mean, just like how barbecue is made in different. Barbecue in St. Louis is different from barbecue from Texas. It's going to be different. I mean, it's not going to be the exact same, but the staple is the same.
Yeah, there's a lot of cultural similarities based on what were the basis of the colonizers that were in those countries or those states.
Oh yeah, like you say,
you got flavors over here in the Philippines that are similar because the Spanish were over here.
And native influence. Even when it comes to the natives, we talk about the Europeans, but the natives, they influenced a lot too.
Yep.
Right. But when it comes to like rice dishes, I think in America we so inundated with different rices. It all starts. It's hard for us to distinguish. Dominicans got a rice, Haitians got a rice, Mexican rice.
I tell you what, Jollibee Rice ain't fucking with jambalaya. All dirty rice.
Man, that's
dirty rice.
That's a fact.
Yeah, you know what? I have to agree with that, man. Jambalaya is a whole different level compared to Jollibee Rice, man. Jollibee Rice is kind of bland.
I don't think nobody rice fucking with jambalaya, dog. Like I don't have rice all over the country. Let's hear it. Let's hear it.
Damn Haitian rice, dog. Don't compare it, man.
What's in Haitian rice? I still don't know what Haitian rice is. What's in
Haitian rice? You know what? Come down to Miami one time and
no. Just tell me, bro. If it's popping like that, tell me.
It's just the rice. You don't need no sauces. You don't need none of that, man.
It ain't hitting no shit,
seasoning, bro.
Nobody talks
seasoning, bro. Bro, you don't need none of that extra shit on the rice, man. This is the way they make the rice, man. You eat the rice by itself. I'm telling you, I can't.
That's something else we do here too in Louisiana. We farm a lot of rice.
The link is in the chat for those that want to jump up on the panel. Please be aware that you do need to cam up in the background before we'll bring you up on the panel, especially if you're new to the channels. Just go ahead and hit the link, join in, because I know somebody's challenging somebody.
And what a lot of people don't know, the rice and the crawfish go hand in hand because a lot of the crawfish in the rice paddies. You feel me?
Yep.
Yeah. Who making boudin balls outside of New Orleans?
What?
Boudin balls or boudin sauce.
Oh, that's something that's there. Like, I mean, let's put it this way. Northeastern, you got scrapple from Philly.
Right.
A lot of people don't even know what the fuck scrapple is. I love it. I love scrapple. Yeah, man. I grew up on scrapple. But again, it's a taste for that region.
I just
So
looked up
everything
Haitian rice. Black beans and rice. That's Haitian rice.
No, man.
I just googled it. It said
We got different variety of rices, man. We got like 10 different styles of rices. It's kind of hard to describe it, man. You got to experience it. That's all I gotta say, man.
We don't eat rice like that in Black Americans, so it's like, for me, it's just all this. It tends to end up being the same when it comes to some of these rices. You know,
you're right, because most Americans don't eat rice like that.
I'm from the South though. I grew up on jambalaya rice though. You know what I'm saying?
Yo, what's that area called? The Geechee, the Geechee folks outside of South Carolina.
Geechee Gullah.
Yeah, they go down South Carolina.
Yeah, what's their rice they make? They have their own red beans and rice.
Carolina rice. They known for the Carolina rice. I don't know if they have a signature dish.
Yeah, their rice is kind of similar to Bahamian rice because that's where a lot of their culture came from the Bahamas. Yeah, I forgot the name of that rice, but that rice is awesome. Yeah, that's awesome. And they eat rice every single day. So it really depends where you are. If you're in like Florida to the Carolinas, they eat rice every day. Probably even New Orleans eat rice every day, depending on give or take. But after that, most places in the United States don't eat rice like that.
No, we don't. So we're not gonna really care about we're not gonna really care about the differences. It's like, okay.
I think the more they move west, the more they forgot about their heritage. Because I grew up on grits or oatmeal, different things like that. You would never catch
a perfect example right now. You guys eat shrimp and grits. Haitians eat the same exact thing. I was in Haiti. They made shrimp and grits. They made the same thing. It's just like their grits is yellow. It's not white, but it's grits.
Mm.
Yeah.
So again, a lot of the food is very similar in ways. It's just different names. It's called a different name.
Well, African. I don't heard Africans say grit pop and fufu is the same as grits. I said no, it's not.
Fufu, you said is flour, right?
It's just flour and water.
Yeah, I don't like that crap. I don't like that.
I mean, that's just something to say your stomach is full. That's really all it is. You're eating dough to say you're full.
Yeah, and that's why most of these Africans, especially West Africa, they have that big ass gut because they eat a lot of that stuff. That floury dough with sauce. They kind of use their hands to pick up the meat with that dough.
Yeah, South Africa got another shit called pap. It's similar, but they say they use it with corn. It's like ground up corn, but it still tastes like nothing. I'm like, shit, okay.
Yeah.
He said okay.
Yeah, I mean, I'm curious about Haitian cuisine now, especially if it has a lot.
No, I might say the wrong name. I don't think it's called pap. I think pap is something else.
I mean, just drive up to New York, go to Brooklyn, man. Hit up Flatbush. There's tons of Haitian restaurants up there. That's probably something in Philadelphia too, because there's a lot of Haitians in Philadelphia.
Man, Caribbean food, period, is good, man. I ain't gonna lie. You can't miss with Haitian food. Or I would say sometimes Cuban food could be hit or miss on the island because they don't have materials all the time. But I do like they rice and peas, man. They Moros Cristiano, the black beans rice.
Oros con pollo.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Look, I grew up in the South, man. You said black people don't eat rice like that, man. Like the biggest thing in the South, I grew up, it was neck bones and rice. So I don't know what y'all.
Man. Turkey necks and rice and gravy, neck bones, rice and gravy.
I don't know what y'all talking about.
We're in the South.
Gravy steaks and rice. You know what I'm saying?
Rice
red beans and rice and pigtails, smoked ham hocks. You know what I mean? Undoing sausage.
Shit, but what was you talking about, boy? I'm trying to tell you, hey, boy, hey, we speaking to my heart, boy. Hey, in the South, it's different, bro. It was different.
Hey, you want to hear something crazy? Man? I was dating. It's time I was dating my ex at the time, man. She took me to a soul food. Never had soul food in my life, never. And she took me to a soul food restaurant, and I saw collard greens. I didn't know what collard green was. I'm like, what is that? Dude said collard greens. Like, what is that? I mean, I didn't understand what it meant. He said, and he looked at me like, you never experienced collard greens? Like, nah. He's like, ain't you black? I'm like, yeah, but I'm not from here. And when I got a taste of it, man, I ate so much damn collard greens. I'm like, God damn, this shit tastes so good. Just like what you call that stuff? Chitlins, man. Dude, I had chitlins for the first time. I was like, I didn't know what it was. I just got some. So I tried, and they all looked at me like, do you know what you eat? I'm like, nope. It's pig intestines. I'm like, what? Again, being Haitian and throwing myself into the African American culture, like to the Black American culture and experience, I learned a lot, but I was so appreciative, like not understanding how things operate. So the food, I was able to experience so many different type of food there through my ex.
Bro,
So going to New, yeah,
right
okay.
here, bro.
Kaneka,
Bro.
that Kaneka sausage.
Boy, hey, but he know. Hey, boy.
He said he know.
Hey, boy, hey, I get this shit imported, bro, all the way to
Oh,
California.
yeah.
Boy, ain't nothing like it, boy.
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
telling you, man. I'm telling I
That's
don't
some
give a
good
fuck
shit.
what you
That's some
say,
good
bro. If
shit
you ain't
right
had
there.
this right here, he know.
Oh, yeah.
Man, if you ain't had this, bro, you don't know what a sausage tastes like, boy, until you had to put this bitch on the grill, boy.
Better believe, man. Better
Boy.
believe.
And where you can get that?
Bro, this company out of Alabama though, but this sausage
Oh,
right here,
yeah.
like throughout the South, this the best
What's
shit.
the name of it?
Kaneka.
Yeah, connect.
No, okay. I'm gonna look for
Man,
it.
listen,
I'm in Georgia, so I'm gonna look for it. Let me see if I
Man.
can find that.
bro. They got the hickory, they got the black pepper. Man,
Man,
listen,
that's some
boy.
good sausage, man.
Boy. But I think it's kind of too powerful for jambalaya though. You know, it depends. If you get the mild, you probably can get away with it, but it depends, man. We try to make this shit right here so flavorful, man. The seasonings in this bitch, boy.
Well, I like
One thing I have to say, man, Black American food, you guys do some good ass food. Sausage links,
Oh,
fucking
bro, I got a
rib
mean
tips,
sausage game.
rib tips. Man, living in Chicago for 10 years, man, I was exposed to a lot of good food.
Look, we hunt down here, bro. I got deer sausage. I got
Oh,
all
yeah.
kinds of stuff,
Deer
bro.
sausage is bomb.
Oh, yeah, bro. Then I got different flavors of it. I'm talking about maple brown sugar, jalapeno cheddar. Man, I'm telling you.
See, a lot of these guys don't know about hunting meat and getting your fresh meats and things and making your sausages from scratch. Oh, bro.
Yeah,
I have my own dry rubs. I have
I
my
got
own
a white homie that processed my meat, man, up there in Laranja, Louisiana. Let me grab something right quick.
Yeah, man. Going hunting, I swear to God, you have no better appreciation for what you're eating when you hunt it, fish it, kill it for yourself, and you actually eat this. It has a whole nother flavor to it when you go and do it for yourself.
Yeah, a lot of that shit going away, bro. Like when I was growing up in the 90s, there was like still the old heads that was really doing it. I mean, black people still fish a little bit because it depends on where you live at. I meet some black people that they still on the fishing shit, but like as far as like how we used to do it back in the 90s, man, listen, boy. I used to go fishing all the time. I never been hunting though, but I had a neighbor that went hunting, but he never took me on the trip though. Because I wasn't old enough.
I started off hunting squirrels and rabbits and graduated to deer and everything else.
This is a big old pack of deer sausage right here, maple.
Boy, I love some deer sausage.
Brown wild boar right here.
Ooh, boy, deer sausage be busting, boy.
We can't see it down,
bro. Down there,
we can't see because your cameras off, bro. We can't see it.
We got some huge deer sausage manufacturers, you know, but that shit seasonal though. You can only get deer sausage during the season.
Yeah. During hunting seasons.
Yeah. Outside of that, boy, you assed out.
They freezing that shit and keeping it to themselves once they get it.
Have you guys ever had iguana before?
No, because I haven't been down south, but I want to try it.
Iguana is amazing, man. Awesome.
Have anybody ever had Kenyan food?
No.
Nah.
I have. You know, I was out there in Kenya.
I tried it. I wasn't. All
right, HB, you
hey, that shit was
Southern boy.
Man, that shit, bro, all that shit is the same, bro. In East Africa, bro, all the shit the same. Cause I was like, yo, let me get some Kenya food. They was like, what's that shit called? What that shit is? Pilau. Yeah, pilau.
Okay.
Man, I'm like, it's the same shit. It's like,
come on up here, Falcon. Come on, man. You got some beef. Come up, hit the link, bro.
All that shit the same shit, bro.
You've been on the panel before.
Yeah, like East Africa, because I was like, yo, but people kept telling me these excuses. I couldn't find nobody couldn't stand no business when it came to like any authentic food from their culture. They kept saying, oh, we cook it at home. We don't eat it out. Every time I went out to go out to eat this shit, it was like shit wasn't really hitting on nothing. But everybody made an excuse. was like, oh, we eat it at home. I was like, okay, all right.
Yo, HB, no excuse. While in South Africa, did you guys have like wildebeest, osage, springbok,
Oh,
all that stuff?
I didn't, because like every time I tried to go get it, like nobody knew where to get it. I'm like, how you South Africa? You telling me
Man, I had all that
no
stuff,
restaurant?
man.
You can't tell me no restaurant that got that. But most of the time when I was South Africa, it was just cooking regular meats. I didn't know what they put in their sausages, but it was like basically like mainly beef and chicken and shit like that.
Yeah, I went to a few restaurants in South Africa, in Johannesburg, where I had springbok, I had a wildebeest, I had a ostrich, omelet. That was huge. Yeah. I had another one. I forgot what's the name of it, but the texture is very gamey. I mean, it was good to experience, but I mean, I won't eat it too often.
Yeah, I didn't like East Africa. East Africa, they meats gamey. They like it like that. I'm like, fuck no, bro. Like, like when you have to like damn near, you have to take a damn buzz saw the steak, bro. That's blasphemy, bro. Like they like to just gnaw on the meat. I'm like, that's stupid.
Our cooking techniques are too different. So it's just kind of, I don't want to just go out and say a cuisine is bad. It's just their techniques is different.
Man, you know good food, bro. You know good food, man. You'd have been all around the world. I'd have been
what I'm trying to say is that I think soul food is great food. I think Louisiana food is some of the best, in my opinion, in the world. But
yeah,
I still gotta be fair and say what's more world renowned. Like Mexican food is more popular than soul food.
It is
Louisiana food.
Shit. I mean, shit.
Thai food is more popular too.
That shit. Local Chinese food.
Thai food is top tier, man.
Yeah. If I like all the Asian food, Thai food is like
the best, bro. Yeah, Thai food is the best out of all Asians.
So, I fuck with Japanese food too a little bit though.
I mean, on a world stage, we in the same boat as Nigerians when it comes to food on the world stage. Like, it's not too many people are not familiar with it, but in the United States.
But no, hey, they're familiar with our fried chicken because a lot of times, bro, we
have influenced the world with our food.
We taught Koreans how to make fried chicken. The GIs that went over there. You know what I'm saying? So like when it comes to fried chicken, that's the only thing. But a lot of times we ain't really showing respect on that shit though.
Sean Khan, what's up, man? Go ahead.
I'm good, sir. You guys? How you guys doing?
Good.
Finish him.
Yeah. So I came late to the conversation, but I saw the topic, and I said it. So, did anybody disagree, or did you guys conclude as Nigerians starting beef with African Americans, or who are the people?
Absolutely. We want that pushback from the Nigerian people or somebody that thinks Nigerians are the innocent party in this whole diaspora war.
I mean, honestly, look, as a Haitian, Nigerians do talk a lot of shit about African Americans. I've been around a lot of Nigerians through college, through workplace. It's just like you guys have this mentality thinking that you're better when you're not. And you guys are now experiencing your nigga moment. And I'm glad to see it. And this is coming from a Haitian. And yeah, you guys are getting very humbling right now. And one thing I noticed too, when I was in South Africans don't like Nigerians too much, man, because people thought I was Nigerian. And once they realized I was Haitian, like I told them I'm Haitian, they're like, okay, cool, because I didn't realize that outside of Nigeria, a lot of people don't like you guys.
Yeah.
What? Hey, I learned that shit too. Every country I've been to, boy, motherfuckers do not like Nigerians, especially the South Africans.
Okay, well, yeah, Nigerians. What do you mean we're getting humbled right now? Is it because of what's happening in Ghana right now?
No, not even in Ghana. I mean, across the world. I mean, the thing is, I think here in the United States, like I sat back, I've known Nigerian. I've got to know a few Nigerian people, and you guys tend to have this very support in the superiority complex where you think that because you have a decent degree and you have a higher profession that you're greater than, not knowing that you're still treated as the same as African Americans.
So,
But
sorry, the Haitian guy. You don't think African Americans have that pious thing about them that they think they're better than all
no,
Africans?
I never
Really?
no.
Huh.
This is you speaking to someone who's been in this country since 1978. Now, granted, I've gone through my stages where due to cultural issues, there was some issue between Haitians and African Americans, but we were able to pass that stage. But one thing I've noticed that you Africans always somehow thought they were better than even the Caribbean folks. Because one thing I've always heard, you don't know your culture. I've heard Africans tell this to Caribbean people. Like,
Wait, please let's be specific. You are saying Africans or Nigerians say this to
I
Black
mean,
Americans?
when I mean Africans, majority of the time they be Nigerians because that's the majority. The majority of Africans in this country are Nigerians, and they're not really coming from East Africa or South Africa or North Africa.
Let me, if you don't mind, Black Man Trial, let me bring it full circle briefly. So basically, my narrative was that Nigerians, a lot of them have their sentiments towards Black Americans, and they're trying to they have tried to put all Africans and Caribbeans to be a part of their their beef. And so I'm saying Nigerians are to blame for the diaspora war, but we never really had deep rooted issues against people from the Caribbean. We're past that. We're past that. You know what I mean? The 70s, 80s, and 90s, like we have evolved and we've have a mutual respect for our cultures in a lot of aspects. And what I was pointing out about the Nigerians is that they're loud, they're very competitive. Admittedly they like to be competitive, but they don't have anything to show for it. The Olympics exposed West Africans, right? 0 medals that exposed West Africans. And I got Nigerian friends, and they was like, "Yeah, we gotta."
Yeah.
They like, "Yeah, we gotta shut up. We gotta shut up until next Olympics go around." When it comes to the
Yeah.
Jamaicans, sometimes they kick our ass in track and field some years, and some years we kick their ass. But Jamaicans can talk shit because they can back it up. Nigerians don't back up a lot of the stuff that they talking shit about, at least on social media. So that's being called out, and
Well,
that is humbling.
well, Nigerians do open their mouths a lot, which is very annoying to me sometimes. A lot of times, but but they do back up their claims academically. Like I was looking at one study yesterday, or was it? And I've looked at this throughout this AI, different AI softwares, like which demographic. I think I was looking at which demographic is most concentrated in higher education. In among, like, if you compare Indian, Chinese, usually Indian, Chinese, and the first African country is Nigeria. So maybe they're not backing it. They do make a lot of noise. Even that, I think, because Asians do well and they don't scream. They don't put it on everybody's face. Or I think in the last Olympics, according to buttress your point, No Excuse, the last Olympics, China was like second, I think, in gold medals. But they don't lord it over. I don't think they lord it over Asians or Black Americans or, So I do agree with you guys. Nigerians, they open their mouth too much, and it's one thing to open your mouth a lot and then back it up, which I think America does do. They have a big mouth in the US, but they back it up.
Hey, I need to take a look at this study because I'm confused. Because last time I looked, over half Nigerians are fucking illiterate. So how the hell?
No, in the US. In the US.
Oh, we're talking about the US. Okay, I was just
Listen,
all right. But
I just did a whole thing on ChatGPT on the whole pros and cons of Nigerians versus the Black American and whether it's a grief. And some of the things the brother just brought up, Shao Khan, is Nigerians are the most educated immigrant group of the immigrants that come over here. They're very just when it comes to getting their academic achievements done. But here's the thing: Nigerians
a lot of Nigerians be scamming too, man.
Hold on, let me finish clarifying. Nigerians, like I said earlier, and other immigrants don't come over here with the historical background on why they can jump ahead and all the contributions. They're not trained on Black American history at all. They just think we're lazy. They don't think we've been held back. They don't understand about the transatlantic enslavement of people, they come over here with their mentality, their root, and their basis of how they grew up, and they look at us as disadvantaged, poor, or just fucking down outright lazy.
But
and
this is what
when they come over here, because they don't hold in high regard our history, and that's what I said earlier. They'll come over here motivated as fuck, and they'll get their education.
Let me read. I got a rebuttal to that stat about Nigerians education wise. We got to stop letting groups of people take that as a Nigerian win, because if you were born in the United States and you came up through Black America culturally, you were taught in the same schools as me. I'm a chemist. I'm a very intellectual person in academia as well. So if me and my Nigerian counterpart, we came up in the same educational path, he can't turn around and say, we both graduated in the same class and working for the same company. He can't call that a Nigerian win. That's an American win. He can't claim that for Nigeria.
It's a win in America though, because say Indians are doing well. I think it's Indians and
But
Chinese.
they're foreigners. They're foreigners though. I'm talking about if you were raised in America, you cannot you cannot.
Yeah, but that study I gave you, it does it by nationality. So people that were raised in the US but are ethnically Chinese or Indian or Nigerian, or that's what that study does. And I agree with you, it's an American win, but the ethnicity of that person also plays a part into that. If there's a trend there, you don't think so?
Because now you're saying their bloodline. Now you're saying there's some superiority in their bloodline, which I disagree. Because anybody that gets the proper that comes up through an American process can have the same success. You know what I mean? So
no.
let me finish.
I want to look at numbers too, because when they do these studies, we got to look at the percentiles. So you can't be like, oh, this particular group of people just so superior.
Can I ask this question? If I leave this screen and go
hold on.
No, I'm not asking it. I'm not trying to. I'm just saying, if I leave this screen, and I go to ChatGPT, am I going to drop out? Because I'm using my phone now.
I mean, I don't know. You're academically superior, so I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know everything. I don't know everything.
Look, if you're using your cell phone, it's going to be a little difficult, but you can jump over to ChatGPT. You might drop, but I'm already on ChatGPT doing all kind of comparison. If you want me to run a number, I can do that. And right now, I'm running per capita based on population, the actual number of what it is. But again, you guys come over here to take advantage, and that's not a harm on you guys. It's a harm on us, as far as our population not being as educated as maybe the Nigerian people. But I'm going to look at per capita by population, what that is.
Let me say this, man. Those groups of people, whether it's Indian, Nigerians, or whoever, it's more of the parents. Because if Black Americans' parents made it a requirement to go to college and really force their kids to, to put education first, take away the video games, take away the distractions, then it would be more quote unquote FBA lineage people that would be doing those more things. So it's not the bloodline. That's, in my opinion, is more credited to the parents and families that is instilling those values. But I think ability, I wouldn't. We shouldn't even accept the notion that Nigerians have a better ability to learn, because that wouldn't make sense, because it doesn't apply in their home country as far as natural ability goes.
Yeah, well, that's a huge knock, and we're trying to fix that. But when you guys whenever I debate these things, is always, then how come Nigeria is a S-hole? Which is true. Nigeria is a S-hole right now, and I'll never deny that. So
look, I'm not gonna shit on Nigeria, man, but I'm talking about the Nigerian Americans. Look, like, let's bring up the percentile, because you think about it. Okay, they going to school. Okay, what are they doing Okay, they got a high number of people who graduate college or whatever. Okay, so what are they doing to push the, you know what I'm saying, the culture as far as like American culture inventions and stuff like that? How many patents do they hold? Because for what I know, FBAs holds the most goddamn patents in the damn world as far as like black people in the diaspora, because we invented a lot of fucking shit. Like, what are these other fucking countries invented that they can put their name? I'm talking about in numbers. I ain't talking about like, a few people. You know, I think it was like a Nigerian dude that helped with the internet. Okay, but we talking about just motherfuckers, just pure inventions, people who just thinking outside the box, creating shit. You know what I'm saying? That's how we so special, because our culture is ever changing. We ain't stuck in one way and shit. Because you know, people, when they stuck in one way, they typically don't innovate. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. Here's the raw number. Wait. Let me get the raw number, because I finally got it. There's 47 million Black Americans. Of Nigerian Americans, only 5 to 700,000. Okay, so Black Americans, 65% of 47 million. There's 30.55 million adults at the age of 25 plus that have college degrees. Okay, 8 million, or basically 8 million, have graduated. 26% with bachelors. Nigerian Americans, of the 600K, that's 65,000. That's 390,000 Nigerians. So 64% of them have bachelor's degree, which is only a total of 251,000 people. So that's why it looks like you guys are way more successful. There's less of y'all to count. We got 47 million Black Americans here. Yeah, of those, 8 million have college degrees. So do you have the numbers? No.
That's what I'm talking about. When people talk about these fucking studies and they talking about, we just so doing better than you, man, let's look at the raw numbers, man. They don't never talk about the raw numbers.
So those raw numbers were what they are saying. Like, they're saying, but I've looked at ChatGPT on some of those numbers that you said. When you compare, yes, when you know, for example, now China does more patents than the US right now. But I looked at ChatGPT. It's 2000 and
listen,
it's 2000.
I understand about patents. Patents have a deadline. So what Chinese will do, they'll steal your technology by waiting until your patent expires and do a minor modification and rewrite the patent to take it over. That's not something they invented, it's something they enhanced. There's a difference between an inventing patent and somebody enhancing a patent and stealing it from you.
Okay, so maybe I'm wrong but I know for research, my point is, for research and development, China has beaten the US since I think 2018, and it has not stopped. But per capita, Korea pushes out more research and research.
But you gotta understand, like, I'm in science, right? Every patent don't mean that it's a good. It doesn't mean that it's a good product.
That's what I'm trying to say. They're enhancement patents. They're not the original inventor of the product. China does not invent much. They enhance things from already established technology.
Half them patents, people probably not even doing nothing with them anyway. They just, they might not even making money off of it. There's a lot of people with trademarks that's not making money.
Anyway, so the argument is, Nigerians start the wars with African Americans. Is that it? And you guys are saying we do?
Look, I didn't even know this shit existed, man, until I got older and shit. Because I didn't live in these cities where I wasn't around a whole bunch of people from the diaspora. So, you know what I'm saying? I didn't know this shit exists. My first experience when I was in the military, and I had this one dude just they was like a few ranks ahead of me, and I was like, why this motherfucker hating on me? Like, he black just like me. You know what I'm saying? I wasn't thinking that he was from somewhere else. And I was like, damn, why this dude just fucking just hating on me for no fucking reason? Don't even know me. Kind of find out this dude Jamaican and shit. And I was like, what the fuck? And it was like 2 Jamaican dudes, but I also had another cat that was like around my age, was a Jamaican dude, was cool. So I'm never gonna hate the whole entire people, just like I had Haitian homies. But as I got older, I started realizing, I'm like, damn, there's a lot of people, they just got this just anti-bias towards us, this fucking beef and shit for no goddamn reason. And then when you start talking to motherfuckers, they were like, I got picked on. I'm like, I got picked on. I got called an African booty scratcher. Why you upset about you being called that? You know what I'm saying? Why you harbor that shit for into your adult years and shit? You know what I'm saying? And then
my issue, not to cut you off.
But that's huge though. But nobody called me African booty scratcher. But go ahead.
My biggest issue is you know, more than just the sentiment Nigerians have is that they want to include the rest of Africa around it. Like they're not just making it their issue against FBAs. They want to say, hey man, let's get let's get Africa and the Caribbean people to buy into this. That's what I don't like. Even I mentioned this earlier, like even with the TikTok ban in the US, Nigerians was like, man, let's ban, we could replace FBA culture on TikTok. We could band together with the South Africans and this and that. So it's like Nigerians always try to band with somebody to
Well,
push their
that's
agenda.
true. No excuse. On TikTok, to me, what I see on TikTok is African Americans against on this live against other Africans in the diaspora and even Africa. It's usually African Americans against everybody else.
But you gotta understand, our interactions in the United States are mostly Nigerian. That's the biggest African group. So we don't inherently have issues with Kenyans or South Africans. They're in small numbers. So it's just like when I mentioned Jamaicans earlier, you know what I mean? Or Mexican culture, you know what I mean? It could be we don't distinguish Dominican culture, Dominican food, or Puerto Rican food from Mexican food. In general, we just call everything Mexican. When it comes to Nigeria, when it comes to African, everything is pointed at Nigeria. So Nigerian has the biggest influence. They have the biggest population, and so we don't know who we beefing with, to be honest with you. But Nigeria takes the bulk of the blame because they're the most hot, they're the largest represented group in the U.S.
I don't know. See, I done met people from several different groups in the diaspora that said, they was taught not to fuck with Black Americans. Especially when I was in DC. DC has a huge population of different people from the diaspora, you know what I'm saying? And every time I was dating a chick, they was always telling me, like, no matter what, they was from the Congo or wherever, they was like, hey, my parents can't know I'm talking to a Black American, or my brothers, they can't know. But I'm like, what the fuck? Like, I didn't understand it. What, you know what I'm saying? Until I got older, I'm like, these people just don't like us and shit, bro. It's like, you know what I'm saying? Like, we don't have none of these fucking tribal beefs, man. Like, we intermix from different cultures and shit. Black Americans that descended from slavery, we intermix. So we don't have all this fucking negative bias towards and all these damn culture beefs. Some motherfuckers got hit upside the head with a rock 300 years ago and they still beefing about that shit. You know what I'm saying? We don't have shit like that. So that's what makes us different, you know what I'm saying? And that's why we move differently.
Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, man, Nigerians that want to be loud and talk shit, they just gotta. They have to back it. They have to back it up.
Like, are they loud on the internet, or they are loud in Black American, America with you guys?
They lied everywhere. I just recently started being around Nigerian Americans. I wasn't around Nigerian Americans like in my younger years, just in the last couple of years. And I'm like, damn, these motherfuckers, they really braggadocious. I'm like, bro, like, you ain't got shit to show for it. Like, you got a fucking job like I do, you know what I'm saying? But they be acting like them, they just doing it fucking big and shit. I'm like, nigga, you work for T-Mobile, bro. You know what I'm saying? So I don't understand. I don't get it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they act like they influencing the world culturally, like they're like everybody is riding behind them, you know. Like I said earlier, it was a guy, Dynast. He said that if Nigeria fails, all of Africa would fail, and I was like, huh? So that's speaking very highly of yourself. If you feel like if Nigeria fails as a nation, Africa is gonna fall with it.
I don't know why he thinks that shit. I'm like, bro, have you been to South Africa, bro? Look, last time I was in South Africa, this was June. My guy, I had an Uber driver. He's Nigerian. We was talking and shit because I like that, because a lot of Uber drivers, like, they ain't from fucking South Africa. I rarely meet a driver that's, you know what I'm saying, that's South African. But I was talking to this Nigerian cat that was my Uber driver, and he told me he has a degree in finance and shit, and his wife works finance, but he driving Uber and shit in South Africa. So I'm like, okay, where all this damn Nigerian goddamn superiority and
well, no excuse. You just said what is the most influential African country? What is it? Can anybody check ChatGPT? Because I'm looking at it now. It's Nigeria's number one. Then South Africa.
I ain't gonna lie. When it comes to culture in Africa, I think Nigeria is leading that because they have their whole social media thing popping, Hollywood shit, you know what I'm saying? As far as like the music, Afro beats took off, you know what I'm saying?
You think Afro? I think Amapiano is.
It's popular, but as far as like when we're talking about like the whole entire diaspora, when it comes to music, Afro beats is king. That's the only reason why. And then I noticed that a lot of times I watch when I'm dealing with chicks and shit, they watching a lot of Nigerian reality shows and all that shit because they like the Nigerian what is it called, the socialites and the social media people, they really braggadocious. Like they basically copy our style and they just take it into the extreme as far as like how they doing shit. Like, have you watched some of that shit? Like some of these shows, the reality shows, it's just loving hip hop on crack and shit. You know
no excuse. You said that Amapiano is more popular globally in the world than Afrobeat, because I just typed that on ChatGPT. It says Afrobeat is more popular. I said, which is more popular? Is what I asked, Afrobeat or Amapiano? It says Afrobeat is more popular globally than Amapiano. It dominates internal chart festivals. I hear.
Hold on. Correct. Well, maybe you said in Africa. I think
no, I didn't say in Africa. I said what is more popular globally, Afrobeats or Amapiano? And it says
I agree with you. I say Afrobeats is more
popular because it's popular here in the Philippines.
Yeah, but I would say, but I think in the continent of Africa, based on all the countries I've been to, they play more Amapiano in East Africa.
Okay, so you want me to, okay, I'm going to ask it now because I said globally. You said you want continent of Africa, so I'll go to continent of Africa and I'll ask it which one is more popular. I'll be right back.
Yeah, but
it's not gonna be Afrobeats to me.
I gotta go on my experience.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, no excuse, man. Like when I was out there, I didn't hear Amapiano. They was playing it, but I don't think it was like everywhere like that. I think people fuck with it, but when I was in East Africa, I ain't really hear it like that. I heard it here and there. But a lot of times they was playing Afro beats and they was playing some of their local shit because I seen some people, they started going crazy. Like, what the fuck is this shit? Because you could tell the sound different. You know,
which one you like better?
You talking about as far as like the music? I like the Amapiano. I fought with the in the South African R&B and shit. Like they style. I like they style better than Afro beats and shit. I think Afro beats is kind of like it shit kind of sound the same to me. Like South Africa just put a spin on it. I think it's more grounded, rooted in tradition. I feel like their music got more soul. I feel like Afrobeat just a knockoff of hip hop. You know what I'm saying? It don't have no soul.
What? Afrobeat doesn't have soul. Hold up. I disagree. Yeah. Afrobeat. I mean, you might not like that.
Yeah. Afrobeat starting to fade too. What's called said? Who that said is on?
That's true. I agree with that.
Yeah, Nigeria. Yeah. I mean, that Afrobeat starting to fade, bro. That South African music, that shit on the rise. That shit bubbling heavy.
Yeah. I actually, my friend and I were talking about this. As of last year, we were looking at Spotify, and you could see in Africa is still dominating, but when we look at globally, it was 2 songs, and they were both like Afrobeat songs on the top 20 Spotify. Right.
All right. For right now, we'll give Nigeria music as far as like they have popular music. Now, what about dance? Because a lot of people in Africa, they're mimicking more South African dances, especially than I see. I don't know any popular dances coming out of Nigeria.
Okay, well, okay, we can give them dance, but when this thing gives them top 5 most influential African countries by global achievement, for Nigerian one it gives it Afrobeats, then Nollywood, then tech startups, then diaspora success. South Africa is number 2, strong economic, global, blah, blah, sports dominance, then Egypt, then Kenya, then Ethiopia. So it's just not music, but yeah, you can give South Africa dance. That's fine.
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that. I saw that before. You Chat GBT now to tell me that shit.
So what about fashion? Because I can't. I feel like Black
Fashion,
America.
I don't even need to look at ChatGPT, but fashion is Nigeria. Fashion is Nigeria. Yes. Okay. And
Bro.
to be more specific, it is from my tribe, Yoruba tribe, that influences. It is so influential that prom, as of I was saying, was it this year? Prom Nigerian, the Yoruba dressing, which is just let me say Nigerian dressing, is even influencing prom in the US. That is how influential it is. But I'm gonna go check.
But Nigerians.
I'm gonna go check ChatGPT, but you guys can
fuck Chat GBT. I'm talking about my eyes, bro. I ain't see.
All I gotta say is I'm about
FBA's
to fly the flag to Nagmeezy. Don't have me flying this flag to Nagmeezy.
Hey, no cultural, bro. Like nobody's
I'll
rocking
destroy my
that shit.
TV
Only
now.
Nigerians wearing that shit, bro. When you look at when you see somebody that you like, he from somewhere else. Ain't no Black Americans wearing no fucking Nigerian garb.
Ain't nobody wearing that like them hats and them one pieces. Ain't nobody wearing that.
Yeah,
Shit.
it's only Africans wearing that shit.
But that's not factually true. Anyway, what's your question? No excuse. Are you saying you're saying for fashion? Is Nigeria the most influential in for Africa? Is that your question?
No, I'm just saying, like in the I feel like Black American culture, we're more influential when it comes to fashion. When it comes to fashion,
Fashion,
hairstyles and wearing makeup. Wasn't no girls doing airbrush makeup before Black American women was doing that.
Real talk. Like when I swear to God, man, when I'm in Africa, bro, I be thinking some of these girls be damn Black American shit. How the hell they be looking and dressing, bro? I'm like, and I'll be talking like, where you from? They be like, oh, I'm from. I'm like, I couldn't tell because sometimes you go to certain parts of the world, people have a strong ethnic look in their face and shit. You can tell like, okay, they from this place. Of course, you look at Ethiopian, you like, oh yeah, you can tell that person. You know what I'm saying? But when I'm in South Africa, I can't even tell, bro. Like some of them girls, I'm like, damn, I be thinking them girls FBA and shit, how they be looking and dressing and shit.
So who is more influential fashion globally, African American dressing or Nigerian? Drum roll. It's African American. So yeah, you guys win that one.
But that's a no-brainer, bro. Like I'm telling you, you don't go nowhere and see anybody wearing any Nigerian fucking gear. Like, I'm sorry. Only Nigerians wearing that shit. The only reason it seems like that because y'all loud and proud about it. So everything y'all doing, it seems like okay, everybody's dressing Nigerian, but it's just a whole bunch of Nigerians dressing Nigerian. Especially when you watch these shows and shit. I didn't even know like that whole pop balloon shit. That chick, she got down. Ain't she Nigerian or some shit? That Arlette chick, she Nigerian. And then most of all the people on there, they Nigerians. People from the diaspora. Like, it's hardly a few FB you be thinking like, oh, you think these, and then when they start talking, they start telling where they from. Cause they you know what I'm saying? I'm like, oh, this is mostly damn Africans on this damn show.
I mean, they and media, the Africans are doing, the Nigerians are doing pretty
Nigerians,
well.
yeah, they killing them Nigeria. Nollywood, you know what I'm saying? They that shit took off. I met a couple of actresses over there in Nigeria. They'll be getting shit, bro.
So I guess I asked it most influential African country for fashion globally, and it's Nigeria. But the argument I think the Haiti guy said is that nobody in Black America wears on average. So I guess what I should ask ChatGPT is, in Black America, which African country influences their fashion the most? Is that a good question? Because what I see on TikTok is a lot of Black Americans during prom the women were wearing Nigerian outfit, Yoruba outfit to be more specific.
Maybe they was African.
Yeah, a lot of times I be getting these chicks out here. I be getting them confused. I'm like, these motherfuckers are African. You be thinking these chicks Black America, but you get them to start talking and shit. They gonna tell you who they are.
They got mixed parents. I mean, yeah, Nigerians do have a big influence on Africa because when chicks say when they say, "Are you from They say, "Are you from Nigeria?" They don't never say Ghana. I said, "Damn, it's other countries in West Africa you could compare me to. Why just got to be Nigeria? Like it's Benin." So Nigeria does have a big effect on Africa. You know what I mean? But from a Black American's perspective, you know what I mean, our cultural tastes are more aligned with like South African culture.
Was it ZA
How are
Republican
your tastes
says,
more aligned with South African?
say that again?
How are your tastes more aligned with South African?
Because we have a similar struggle when it comes to dealing with the colonizer and shit, but not completely, but similar.
Similar swag, you know. Similar swag, you know. Some of their cuties look like our cuties.
Yeah, but how is that possible? Because most of you guys share the same genetic with West Africa.
Let's put it this way. I'm just going to give you the
talking about culture. Culture and genetics are totally different, bro.
Let me give you the cultural stats on everything. From inventions to patents, 50,000 plus patents from Black Americans. Nigerians have none that are actually established yet. Fashion influence, globally, streetwear, hip-hop roots, everything, America has that stacked. Music influences, jazz, blues, hip-hop, R&B. You guys have the Afro beats, Burna Boy, Tim's. That's all you guys got. Cultural strength, strong U.S.-led global presence, rapidly expanding for Nigerians, but nowhere close to Black Americans. Spending power, let's talk about that. 1 trillion plus in consumer market. 87.7 million, 87.7 thousand median income range for your population here. There is no leg to stand on by any one of those standards when it comes to numbers that Nigerians should have the attitude they have against Black Americans when we've done so much more established and stat-wise than you guys have in your smaller numbers.
They think going to work for a tech company is a large sense of accomplishment. Maybe it is coming from a country that ain't got shit, but like where are the Nigerian ran? A lot of those damn companies that's tech companies, they're white companies they going to work for.
But at the end of the day, no group of Black people, whether it's FBAs or Nigerians, we still have not broken the Fortune 500 company CEO. We can't break that. I think out of Fortune 500 companies, I think it's like maybe 1 or 2 Black people.
Yeah.
So,
but you know that's not our fault, man. That's you know, people don't like to hear this shit, but it's the fucking truth. It's white supremacy. Like a lot of times we get finessed out of our intellectual properties and shit. Because we had a lot of shit when we came out of slavery. We had a lot of shit on lock. We created a lot of industries. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of industries.
That's the whole thing. When we came out of slavery, there's a lot of things that were invented during slavery that white people have taken credit for as far as our inventions because we were their property.
Yeah, because we was
real about that too.
Yeah, somebody ask ChatGPT how many Black CEOs of Fortune 5 companies.
Well, we're ahead of you. I actually Googled ChatGPT it. There are currently no Nigerian nationals or Nigerian-born CEOs leading companies in Fortune 500. As of 2005, there are 9 Black CEOs in total. So I guess they're Black Americans. So, but there's none that are Nigerian-born.
Look, it would have been more, but a lot of Black people they sell out. They because you be thinking like just like remember what was it Shea Moisturizer? I thought that was still a Black company until I found out they just sold that shit to the white people and shit. So a lot of times we'll have a lot of intellectual property, and you know what I'm saying, the brand may still, the name still might be attached.
It's like Essence. We already established the company.
Oh yeah, Essence. Shit.
Yeah. Y'all come back in and buy it behind us, so you might have the most CEOs now, but how many of those companies were originated and built by Nigerians versus ones that were acquired later after they were already established? Let's say that. Don't just look for Nigerian CEOs. Look for Nigerian CEOs that establish a whole network or a company from the group, from the root, from the ground up, not they acquired it after the fact.
Well, as of right now, like I said, it's 0. You know, because 0 Nigerian CEOs in the Fortune 500.
Y'all are hard workers. Hey, I'm not gonna shit on that. When y'all come to America, y'all are hard workers. But when it comes to innovation, y'all just copy and steal. I mean, shit, that's just what it is.
Well, what's wrong? Well, I don't know about stealing, but
y'all you know, y'all have like a colonized mindset. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of a lot of these tethers and people from the diaspora, when they come to America, they have a colonized mindset. They come here, they copy us and shit. They try to replace us. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna say I'm saying a lot. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't want.
Yeah, he's Yoruba Nakmeezy.
What you call out? He's still up there. What's my boy? Black man Travis still up. We ain't talking about black man. We talking about the ones that have that mentality. You know what I'm saying? When y'all come,
is colonizer stuff.
Yeah, when y'all come here, just like we have the black coffers, y'all done came. The black caucus, y'all done came. The Negro League, y'all done came and infiltrated that shit, and then y'all stumping talking about we don't need reparations, and we like what the fuck? Like where this dude from? You know what I'm saying? Gonna find out, oh, this motherfucker Nigeria. Oh, he from, you know what I'm saying, Jamaica somewhere and shit. I'm like, bro, why you telling black why you speaking for us? Because y'all done came over here and infiltrated a lot of our organizations and shit. And y'all working against us. That's a colonized mindset. What the colonized do, they send the missionaries in, you know what I'm saying, on that peaceful kumbaya stuff. And then next they know they bring in the goddamn, you know what I'm saying, you know, the real power and shit. And y'all come.
I've never heard that kind of definition before, that copying somebody is your colony. If I take any definition,
every colonizer y'all came in, they come in and they copy, they try to learn the people.
There's nothing wrong with copying somebody that is better than what you doing better than you.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that, but it's the problem is when you start to goddamn have the colonized mindset and try to replace them, you start hating this shit, you putting your own people in position and shit, and then you start speaking negative stuff about the people that's better than you, but you came in and infiltrated because we came in. We showed up with open arms, being loving, allowing y'all to come in. We fought for y'all to have the right to come into these nations. We the one that had the blueprint for y'all to come into these countries and shit, as far as like civil rights and all that shit like that. And then y'all come in and y'all be like, oh shit, like we want to be close, we want to be white adjacent instead of, you know what I'm saying?
What? We want to be white adjacent? Nigerians?
Yeah.
Come on, bro.
How? Come on, brother. When Trump was running, they would interview foreign national black people,
bro, and not look, bro. And people was rooting for Nigeria. Look, people in Nigeria was rooting for Trump, bro. I was like, that shit threw me off.
Yeah. So what does that mean, white adjacent? I would vote for him.
Y'all got white Jesus in Nigeria. Y'all got a big, huge statue of white Jesus. Y'all love y'all. Especially like when it comes to bed wishing in this country, bro, it's usually Nigerian women.
No,
you can check. No bullshit. No. You can check the lace fronts, bro. No, you can tell by the lace fronts.
Okay. Because and this is huge. And I like that you brought this point up.
Oh, when you
there's a channel called Only Logical. Does anybody know it?
All those fucking damn, all those websites and all that shit. Them all fucking tethered ran, bro.
No,
black American women.
Wait. Only Logical is a channel, you know, talking about how white dudes are like.
Let's look it up. What?
Only Logical. Only space logical. I'm telling you, almost everything. You see some Nigerians there, but almost everything is black Americans. Black Americans getting killed by white dudes. I've brought this up with No Excuse, and he just says he just brushes it off. But that channel, when it comes to bed wenching, African American.
No.
Well, how are you gonna say no? You don't even know the channel. I'm saying No Excuse.
I don't want to deviate too much. Let me read this comment because I think it's a powerful comment real quick from South African Republic. He said, if FBA ancestors and West Africans didn't get along, then why would their descendants get along? This is an ancestral and spiritual conflict. I'm South African and I understand spirituality and ancestors. I think that's a valid observation, man.
But that's not true though. Nigerians always supported, or Africans, I don't know, Nigerians in the whole supported the Black Panther. And I'm sure I can use ChatGPT here to figure that out.
This you still talking about this channel? I'm not gonna let you go because I want to know. You said it's Only Logical. Like, is this a YouTube channel? Like, what is it?
It's a YouTube channel. Only. I wish I could only.
I think it got 9,000 followers.
Yes, that channel.
All right, I'm gonna start going through all this shit. I'm
gonna start. It's gonna make you angry because to me,
yeah.
That's the cost.
I could look at some of these lace fronts. I could tell these women are fucking tethers, bro.
That's that
wear their hair like that, bro.
That's that cosplay stuff. It was like I mentioned it earlier. Tariq Nasheed pointed this out. He said Essence Magazine when it was taken over by Africans, you started seeing this more these zaddy type articles, and that wasn't traditional, like, you know, black women talking about that, like how to get a white 10 ways to get a white man, and so we didn't pay attention to
Black
that.
Americans doing that stuff. Black
No, it
Americans.
wasn't, bro. That
Yes,
shit, bro. That
bro,
shit happened
watch this
after
channel and then
that shit.
leave message no excuse and let me know what you think. I'm telling you, this thing opened my eyes.
Listen,
This channel.
I get that channel, but we talking about Jet magazine, some shit that's goddamn that was like world renowned and shit. When you go to every black household, you saw a Jet magazine. We ain't talking about some damn this YouTube channel that got like 9,000 fucking subscribers, barely 9,000 subscribers. We talking about culture influence. When we talk about the bed winching on a national, because I ain't gonna say global, even though it is global, because I've been to Africa, I've seen some wild shit, bro. Like they love the colonizer over there. But when we talking about here in America, the whole bed witching shit, that shit was not a thing that black American women did, because we understood, you know what I'm saying, the hate and the history that we have between white and blacks in this country.
That's not
when we talking about loving zaddy and all that shit, when these Africans started taking over Essence magazine and Jet magazine and shit, we started seeing the articles and shit. And then when you look at the woman name in the article, it's goddamn Teresa Atumbombo. Like, what the fuck? And these women are writing these damn articles talking about 10 ways to get a damn zaddy. That Essence magazine, when that shit was started, all that shit, and when it was ran by us and all these, we were not writing articles about how to get a fucking white man. I'm sorry, bro.
Okay. I'll give you this. I was through this only logical. I went, it made me go crazy just researching stuff. So I went into there's this website called Dating History. It shows the dating history of any celebrity. So I looked at almost all the female celebrities, black Americans, from Beyonce. I think Rihanna is not black. Is she black American? Would you classify? Anyway,
she from Trent. Was she Trinidad?
Trinidad and Tobago.
Not Trinidad, Tobago.
Anyway, a lot of black Americans, almost all of them, almost all is like 2% that have not been with a white guy. But the opposite is true, which is a white female being with a black guy. So right there, your celebrities, Beyonce, name them. They've all been with the white guy. Those are not feathers, or however you pronounce that word. Those are black Americans.
We know our women.
But the thing is, a lot of times these dudes are getting with these women because these women are lusting for them. You know what I'm saying? It's not like they trade in race, you know what I'm saying? But a lot of times these bad ones, they get up here and say black man ain't shit, blah 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 blah. You know what I'm saying? They they be all that anti-hate and shit, you know what I'm saying?
So a bad one for you
don't be doing that shit. Black dude might fuck on some white chicks, but he ain't fucking having whole creating websites and campaigns and shit talking about goddamn black women ain't shit.
Well, what do you mean? If you go online now and look at interracial dating, it is black Americans putting up the channel and it's black Americans in the comment section bigging them up. Any international interracial channel on YouTube right now, you just type it.
We know our.
How do you know these people black American? Did you check their lace fronts? Look, I'm looking at this page right now. I'm looking at these wigs and shit, these lace fronts, bro. This woman is divested. It says divested, gone wrong. Clearly, this woman is goddamn fucking from Africa somewhere, bro.
Okay, so you're looking at that only logical, and you think that most of the women in his channel are Africans? They're black American, man. We gotta be honest about this,
bro. At the end,
honest about what?
That black American females are more of diverse than Africans.
Hell no.
That's not true. That's not true.
No.
Hell no, what? No excuse. This is you're not being logical. Sorry,
bro. You talking about somebody who grows up around black people and shit.
I live in a predominantly black city.
That does not
Nigerians mostly marry Nigerians.
It's a very small percentage of black women who fucking fuck white people.
I mean, look at this.
I have to clarify that too, because there's a very small amount of black women even having success while they're overseas. You ain't gonna find a lot of black women that are divesting over to other countries, becoming very successful at it. Why? Because hypergamy is a big thing in our culture. They want a man that's going to make more money than them. They're not going over to these poor countries meeting wealthy individuals.
They might get smashed on.
Right, they're gonna get smashed on, but they're gonna become sugar mamas if they stay there.
Kenya do a lot of interracial marriage.
Philly got her groove back. She went to Jamaica, met a Jamaican man, but she wound up being the sugar mama for the Jamaican man. Come on, it doesn't work for them. They can't go overseas and find a successful, wealthy black individual in a whole nother country. They can't do it. That's why it works for us, because we're protector providers. We already have our own money. We can go over to another culture and bring a woman up to our status, because we've done that here in the United States too. Black women, or women as a whole, westernized women, whatever, they can't do the same. They got to marry down, and they're not going to marry down. They want to marry up. It's just ingrained in them.
Look, just I'm talking about, you have these mediocre white men that go to Africa. Like, look, I don't know if you watching those articles, pay attention to what be going on. You'd be like, this one white dude, this fat, overweight white dude that went to down West Africa and impregnated over 100 women and shit. And then there was another white dude in New York. If y'all look that shit up, he had like all these damn baby mamas and shit. It was all fucking tethers, bro. It was crazy.
O'Shea broke a story where a white man, he groomed this boy. He used to give the parents money to say, he was helping the boy pay for school, and then the parents gave him permission to bring the boy to Europe to study, and then a few years later, the boy telling his parents that he's in love with this man, and they're getting married.
Oh, that was a huge thing in Nigeria. You probably know about this, Shao Khan, because Whatchamacallit did an interview about this shit. One of the Nigerian actors, I forgot his name, from Britain. But there was a time, I forgot what time it was. It was in the 70s, 80s, where they was Nigerians allowing these white parents to adopt their kids, and that's why you had that huge flux of Nigerians that went to the UK. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I forgot what that shit called. They did a documentary on that shit. It was that black Nigerian. It's the black Nigerian actor. He was a part of that shit.
I know that guy from that show, The Oz. Yeah, I know the guy.
Yeah, the dude from the Oz. Yeah. He was talking about it. I was like, what the fuck? These motherfuckers just letting white people just take their fucking kids. Crazy.
Yeah.
We're not going for that shit.
And tell them what, it's a lot. I'm saying some of these people, they was doing good things, what I'm saying, they was educating these kids. That's why I think a lot of times Nigeria has a leg up in Africa amongst all the other Africans, because that went on. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot of stuff that when we having these conversations that we don't know about, because I didn't know about this shit. I just found this shit out like a couple years ago. You know what I'm saying? So there's a reason why, I'm saying, some of these people better than, I'm saying, other groups of people on the diaspora, because y'all had a leg up, you know what I'm saying? As far as like that, I'm saying, as far as like being educated. And then y'all just basically passed that shit down. No other country really didn't have that shit, you know what I'm saying? Right. From a white nation like that.
You just said about the white DJ.
Cool.
There was a white DJ.
Oh, that guy. Oh, that dude in South Carolina. Oh my! How many women did he infect?
I don't know.
He just had a whole bunch. Yeah,
like 600. It was like,
damn. He said 300.
Bro, I'm trying to tell you, bro.
See, this is what we're talking about. Black women will just give it up just because he's white. He don't even have to be good looking.
Did you guys see this? I don't know what you guys think. So top 10 economies right now, obviously, US is the father of everybody. But when I put 20 years from now, it puts China number 1, then 2 India, then 3 US. Do you guys agree with that? Like 20 years.
What was the stat on?
This is ChatGPT I'm using right now.
Oh, what was the stat for? What was the ranking?
Well, I just typed top 10 economies 20 years from now, and projected.
No, and the ranking was China first.
China first. China is number 2 now, but it says 20 years from now it's gonna be China, then India, then US.
Negative.
That's what I was
thinking. Okay. And then when I put in,
based on what statistic? Based on what? Population growth? Based on industry growth? Based on what that you're comparing this to in order to rank it that way?
Well,
because you have to be very specific in ChatGPT how you run the actual request.
Yeah.
Are you running economy based on growth of industry, based on population growth, and maybe the economy becoming better, and each one of those people in India now have $100,000 plus jobs working internationally? What are you basing that off of? How are they going to increase their buying power to where they're a global industry?
Yeah,
So,
like,
so
they live in squalor, super squalor.
Do you disagree with the China one beating the US, or is the India one?
Absolutely. China right now is destitute when it comes to their economy. If you really paid attention, that's all
China
balloon
right now.
China had a huge real estate crash where they closed all their banks not more than 3 years ago. Nobody paid attention to it. China literally closed their banks. They were having people protesting in the streets because they wanted access to the money. China closed all their banks not to give them access to the money because a lot of the real estate developers, matter of fact, I think it was Greenland or Green Properties or something green in their country, major real estate developer was undercutting bids using substandard parts where buildings were falling down. They had a huge growth. That's why you got a lot of countries that have Chinese-based buildings that are half done now.
Bro,
I have to interrupt because I gotta go. But anyway, what I was trying to get at is the source is IMF, PwC. Anyway, number 10 is what? Nigeria. That's 20 years from now. But if we look at it,
and what is the economy in Nigeria besides for scamming and stealing? What are you guys growing off of?
Okay, don't worry, you're gonna see. But top 10 projected economies by
Hold on.
Sorry, I gotta go.
I can't let you get away with this and then
bro. You don't have no industry in Nigeria to even say that you're
power. Okay, y'all got oil. That's the only thing they got is oil.
Just let me finish this. Then I ChatGPT. 30 years from now, it's India, then China, then US, and then which one is number 5? It's Nigeria.
Let me say this. Let me say this.
Shit together
hold on.
Projections.
Hold on. Let me say this, man. A lot of Africans be having this wishful thinking about the US declining and Africa rising. They talk all this shit about BRICS, right? And recently, this BRICS meeting that was in Brazil, everybody crashing out because Putin didn't show up. She didn't show up, and it's looking like
BRICS. This a year ago. I said
you guys are disagreeing with ChatGPT. Is what you guys are doing.
You know what? I had to teach ChatGPT.
Okay, so you're disagreeing with ChatGPT.
I've been in the insurance business for almost 15 years. I had to teach it about a certain insurance policy.
So you're disagreeing with ChatGPT?
Absolutely, ChatGPT needs to be taught certain dynamics within the algorithm within AI.
I have checked all AI platforms, which is DeepSeek, Gemini, and they have between 20 years, they vary, but within like 40 years, Nigeria is going to be in the top 10.
DeepSeek DeepSeek is undercoded by China. Of course, they're going to rank themselves.
What about Gemini?
I don't know, but I'm just telling you, China has ballooned numbers. Those are not real numbers. If you look at the news, the real news, not listen to what all the balloons are. Go look back 3 years ago and see if China didn't have a whole real estate crash where they have protesting and banks closing.
I agree with you.
You're saying within 3 years. Wait. You're saying within 3 years of this major industry crash within the real estate market, which Chinese people, their number one way of saving legacy is to invest in property. And when this crash happened and these billions of dollars were stolen by this one company, never paid it back, they recovered within 3 years. Does that make sense to you?
Well, all I'm saying is, so you guys think the American empire in 20 years, 30 years time is still going to be?
Oh wow! See how
that's when the American empire right now. This is the American empire.
Can I have a moment to go back and forth with Sal?
Go ahead. I'm gonna shut up.
But I gotta put on my truck now, so it's gonna get noisy. So I gotta go. But go ahead.
Don't leave now.
Okay, you can mute. Yeah, I don't understand. First of all, one thing I learned in business school is that you don't make projections past 10 years. So you know what I mean. So anything past 10 years is smoke and mirrors. You can't really make decisions off that. A war can reset anything. A lot of people were projecting BRICS to take over, in the near future, and those projections are declining. A lot of people was really hyped about certain cryptocurrency. So people have all this wishful thinking, but you have to, you know what I mean, you have to think practical. What is more likely to happen in the next 10 years? And why would you even celebrate being relevant in 50 years from now? That is so far away. You know what I mean? Most of us are probably going to be dead, going to be dead by that time anyway. You know what I mean? So I don't get the moral victory of wishful thinking that, you know, the US is going to, you know, fall one day or Africa is going to rise. We don't care until it happened. That's when it really matters. You know what I mean? So I don't understand the wishful thinking and what's the
Well, you
purpose.
gotta, or no excuse, you gotta look at trends though. How can you not look at trends?
You do have to look at. You do have to
Bro,
look at.
trends change every goddamn couple of years, man.
So you guys actually think the US empire is gonna, like, how, when do you think it's I'm not happy that, well, I want Nigeria to be number one. I want all African countries to be number one. And I'd want you guys to come invest in Africa, but it's up to you guys. But you guys you don't seriously believe that the US empire is still gonna be number one 30 years from now?
Shao Kahn is Akon in disguise. Don't believe him. He's
The-
Akon.
Trump humbled the shit out of South Africa, and South Africa arguably is probably one of in the top 3 strongest nations in Africa. You know, behind Nigeria and Egypt. You know, so
But
Western power.
eventually we're gonna be number one, I think. So get ready.
How can you do that without Western interference?
Hey, motherfuckers got to stop shitting in the streets if before they be number one anything. Goddamn it!
Don't worry, we're gonna stop that soon.
The niggas they got signs over there in Nigeria like don't shit in the streets. That's crazy.
Y'all don't even have a strong military. Every strong
Y'all
economy
infrastructure
is
fucked
backed
up.
by a strong military.
Yeah, I agree. But
Yeah.
right now, I know what's that song? Back then they were all on me, something. You know that song. I know you guys are laughing now. You think it's funny, but eventually Nigeria is going to be up there. That's just what the trend is saying.
I don't think so. I think
You
y'all
don't think
long. I think y'all a long ways off, man. It's too much corruption, man, on that damn continent, man.
Mm-hmm.
So until y'all stop exploiting your damn people and shit, start really focus on your own people and shit, and stop all that tribal shit, man. I think, you know what I'm saying, once y'all become unified, I feel like a lot of these countries that's really like top, they unified nationally.
You can't. It's because you don't understand what tribalism existed before countries. Nigeria is just like 60 or 70 years old. The Yoruba Empire existed like thousands of years ago. The British can't come, hey, all of you guys are all one people. That's not how it works. It's not the same people. So that tribalism thing will never go. But it's fine. But anyway, guys, thank you very much. And I gotta.
All right, Zia Republic, what's good?
All right, bro, take it easy, man.
Zia Republic.
Batter up. Let's go. ZA, are you there? What's going on, man?
Okay, maybe he's not ready yet, man.
He got recharges his data package.
I think he's here in America. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Because he's talking against Nigerians.
Yeah, man. Oh, man, yeah, man. Like I was talking about earlier, man. To Zia get it together, man. Yeah, I remember, man. I was like, damn, bro. Like, I was catching these strays and shit from these people, man. When I first joined the military, I didn't even know, bro. Like it was just these people just didn't like us and shit, man. I was like, God damn, this is like you know, early 2000s. You know what I'm saying? I had these 2 sergeants. I'm like, this motherfucker just fucking fuck with me for no goddamn reason. And then I look at their last name, and then their last name is different. So I'm like, these niggas from somewhere else. But I didn't know why it was just so deep rooted hate. But yeah, go ahead, man. What's up, ZA?
Can you guys hear me?
There we go.
Hey, how's it, guys? Good. I like your show, guys. But I joined in late, so I'm not sure. I don't know what are you guys, which topic are you guys currently discussing? So I don't know, maybe if you guys can update me or something. But there was a Nigerian guy who was here.
The basic
I was
discussion is
interested
why
in
Nigerians
interacting with
claim
it.
the diaspora. Go ahead.
Come again?
Go ahead. No excuse. Go ahead. Explain to him.
Oh, I know he was tuned in for a while. We just kind of we're not on a specific topic, you know what I mean? If anything you wanted to chime in on or a comment on, you could talk about anything you want to talk about.
Yeah, we've been bouncing around, but like give him the gist of the beginning. What what was, because I don't have it on my screen. Let me see. What is it? What was the main topic about?
The topic was why Nigerians are the blame for the Diaspora Wars.
Yeah.
If you know what the Diaspora Wars is or consider.
Oh.
ZA. Do you know
Yeah,
what
I know what Diaspora Wars.
Okay.
Basically,
it's basically
Nigerians and FBAs. That's what I know.
Basically, but it's like it's more than one country that's kind of like hating on Black Americans for whatever reason. A lot of them mad because I heard the same thing where it was like, oh, y'all growing up, you know what I'm saying, in the country with abundance. Why are y'all not in a better position type thing, blah, 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 and all that shit. You're next to the white man and you have all this, you know what I'm saying?
Are they in a better position?
Why are you complaining? Why are you complaining about racism, blah, 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 et cetera, et cetera?
Yeah, it's basically Black immigrant groups teaming up against foundational Black Americans.
Nigerians in a better position than you.
First. Wait a minute. Let's set the table. ZA Republic. What set are you claiming? Where are you from? What's your base? Are you here in America? Are you in Africa somewhere? South Africa?
I'm South African. I'm South African. I'm in South Africa.
Okay.
Yeah. So my question was, okay, they are claiming that they are better than you, but are they? I mean, Nigeria, is it really? Have you seen Nigeria? I've never been there, but I think from watching it on media, mainstream or online, I know everything there is to know about Nigeria. It's a terrible country. So are they better than you?
Hey, you coming real close you coming real close to sound like Donald Trump when it comes to shithole countries.
Yo, South Africa, they are very nationalist. Countries. Yeah.
Donald Trump was not wrong, except for Namibia. He mentioned Namibia as a shithole country. I would have to disagree with him on that. I think No Excuse has been to Namibia, if I'm not mistaken.
No,
so he can attest to this.
I haven't been, but I could attest. I know that it's a beautiful country. I know it's not a shithole country.
Yeah, I saw it because I met a couple of chicks from there when I was in South Africa, and I'm like, I might have to go check it out. But
when it comes to Nigeria and those other ones, Donald Trump was not wrong.
Yeah, they basically make it into.
I was more interested in interacting with the Nigerians.
Yeah, Nigerians make things a competition, and they admittedly, say that they like to be competitive, but they lose at everything they compete.
Exactly, everything about them is competition.
But the thing is, the reason why they're trying to push it as Black Americans are the ones that's starting a diaspora war and keeping up the beef. No, we didn't know about none of this shit until recently. We come to find out that for years, like even fucking early internet days, they had message boards and all these chat rooms of them talking shit about us. And once we found out about it, we was like, oh, hell no. We're not going to tolerate the disrespect. And then we started roasting their ass because we are the king of roasting. You know what I'm saying? We roasted their ass so bad. Now they crying, saying that, oh, we xenophobic, blah, blah. No, y'all just can't roast. You know what I'm saying? You try to come for us. It's only a defense mechanism because we fuck with everybody. That's how we rock. It's just part of our culture, man. We love him. We, you know what I'm saying? We had this whole thing where, you know what I'm saying, we invite people to the cookout, which we need to stop because we keep inviting the wrong people to the cookouts.
Did you just say xenophobic?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're saying that Black Americans are xenophobic. You are
Did you just say
xenophobic.
xenophobic? Did I hear you correctly?
He did say that. Xenophobic. He used the word. Yes.
That's what Nigerians and people from the Diaspora Wars are saying.
I mean, that word is literally synonymous with South Africa. You know that, right?
Yeah, I know.
Okay, and let's what
xenophobia. Yeah, I'm sure you've seen it all over. South Africans are xenophobic. South African. Personally, I've grown to appreciate it, and I see it as a term of endearment. Yeah, because
we learned something I never heard.
You're not gonna guilt trip me into it. Come in.
I said I never heard that before. Xenophobic is a word of endearment.
Oh, guys, can you hear me? You've never heard it before.
Yeah.
No, he said.
No, I'm just saying.
Do you mind if I
for me,
butt in?
like personally, that's how I've because
the South
for
African
over
guy.
a decade,
When did I
that's
say
how we've been labeled as.
to the South African guy? When did I say Nigeria was better than the US?
Hello?
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, we're getting.
Hello? Okay.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, can you just repeat your question again?
When did I say in my whole argument that Nigeria was better than the US?
I don't know. You're not clear.
He said when did he said when did he say the Nigeria was better than the U.S.?
Oh no! I'm not. I was talking about. You see, the U.S. is a multicultural society. My understanding. So basically, I was saying Nigerians saying and thinking that they are better than FBA, Black America. That's what I was saying.
Okay, because I thought you were comparing Nigeria to the US, and I never said Nigeria was better than the US. Nigeria is even. I think I used that word. I said "SO" country right now.
No. Yeah, Nigeria. What I was saying is Nigerians, they think they're better than Black America, which is the US.
Well, yeah, the Black Americans in the US, I mean the Nigerians in the US. Well, maybe that's the argument right now that we're having. Do they think they're better than Black Americans? I don't know, but I think they do well in Black America. Yes.
Yeah, but you can't measure Black success when.
Who's the most successful Nigerian in America? Who's the most successful Nigerian in America?
I don't know. I'm sure somebody can judge.
You can't. You can't.
Nobody.
You can't. You have to.
Can you compare him to an FBA?
Hold on. One success story.
Maybe you can compare him to like Jay-Z or
Zia. Listen,
we don't have the Nigerian Tyler Perry here.
Compare one success story to the general population of everybody that comes in here. You can't name just one person and say that's a stereotypical thing that happens to everybody that comes into this country, because it doesn't. So him naming one successful Nigerian, I'm sure you can come up with one, just like we can come up with several South Africans that have come over and been successful. But the majority,
I don't.
You get what I'm saying?
I don't like. I don't. I don't like. Hold on. I don't like the broad categorization of Nigerians in America. There has to be a distinction of if they were raised in the U.S. or raised in Nigeria. Because if you got the game and you was raised in the U.S., you can't count that as a Nigerian accomplishment. That's an American accomplishment.
But they
so,
do.
So I gotta go back to this ZA guy. Do you disagree when I was saying? I mean, the standard of the standard of living in South Africa is better than Nigeria. Yes, that's true right now. But if you say the most influential country in Africa, or like 10 years from now when I was giving, or 20 years from now when I was giving that GDP from projection from ChatGPT, do you disagree with that, Zede? You think South Africa would be better than Nigeria 20 years from now, GDP wise?
Nigeria has never been better than South Africa, and it will never be better than South Africa. Let me tell you something about GDP and economic. Listen, listen closely, né? and carefully. You know, you go online. You see Nigerians saying, "Hey, Nigeria, let's make Nigeria great again." Nigeria was never great. Nigeria had a promise to be great. Let me tell you something. Like when you look at economics and all of that, right? Especially when the oil prices were high and whatnot, the economy of Nigeria picked up a lot. So it had a promise to become a great economy, a great country, a powerful state. It had a promise of that, but it never reached that because oil prices, they dropped, and of course there are corrupt leaders. I mean, Tinubu is what you guys call this, like he's running the country remotely, you know. He's running the country remotely from Europe, you know. You know, passport bros, like they work remotely. They work. They can go anywhere in the world.
A digital nomad.
That's
digital nomad.
Yeah?
You said president of Nigeria is a
hello.
Digital nomad. That's what he's called.
Passport bro.
Yeah, he's a nomad. Yeah.
Wow.
He's a look.
Wait.
He's there for help.
Yeah, let's take one point at a time.
Well, that thing he said is not true though. Use your ChatGPT. You said Nigeria has never been better than South Africa. I just asked ChatGPT now.
No, wait, Hold on.
And this guy is just a young boss.
Wait, let's take this one point at a time. ZA, you lobbied that the president or the ruler of Nigeria right now is a digital nomad in a European country. Shao Kahn, do you want to rebut to that? And then we'll go back and forth like that. So that each you guys talking over each other. So Shao Kahn, can you rebut that?
What's your question, sir?
He's asking what's going on with your country's leader being a digital nomad living in a European country.
He should focus on his useless president too, getting embarrassed by Donald Trump. I don't understand why you're asking.
But his president is in his country. Wait, his president's in his country. What about your president? Why is he in Europe?
His president went to the US to get embarrassed. That's better than my country. When he's traveling, he's going to countries that respect him.
Okay, but is he living in those countries or is he staying in Nigeria?
Is he living in those countries?
Yeah.
Ask the guy who asked the question. I mean,
let me say this. From my last.
Well, anyway, let me get back. Let me get back to. Wait. No excuse. That's what I'm saying. The guy said a lie here. He said Nigeria has never been better than South Africa. And I asked ChatGPT, and he says yes. In the 1960s to the 70s, Nigeria was better than South Africa.
I don't understand
why you're lying.
I feel like
right now South Africa is the shizness, and
I feel like I'm not the host of my show. Everybody
Thank you.
Want to talk over. I got shit I want to say too, real quick. Now,
go ahead, sir.
The last stats that I checked, the top 3 economies in Africa historically has been between South Africa, Nigeria, and Egypt, and then the top 4 militaries have been South Africa, Nigeria, and Egypt, and Ethiopia as far as numbers. Has that changed?
Well, right now I think it's as of early this year. Sorry, it's a little loud here. Go ahead. I gotta move to a better place.
Okay, ZA Republic, you still there? ZA Republic?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay. Is this still the case? The top,
can you hear me?
Top...
Yeah, we can hear you, sir. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah. I'm still here. Can I?
Go ahead.
Can I come in?
Speak, brother.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Yes.
Oh yeah. Look, man. I think Nigeria about a couple of years ago became the largest economy in Africa. Right. And that was just briefly. They didn't stay at the top for long.
Are they
it was
in the top
a brief
3,
moment
in
their
3?
entire history, in their entire existence.
Are they in the top 3
no.
right?
I think currently it's South Africa, Egypt. No. No, currently no. We have Algeria, we have Egypt and South Africa.
Yes, you are right. Nigeria dropped when this
Algeria,
president
not
came
Nigeria. Algeria.
I said Nigeria, my God, calm down. Nigeria has dropped. Yeah, South Africa now. I think then Egypt. But as of I saw this on the news, and you know, whenever they update this thing, it takes like a whole year for them to update it. But Nigeria, well, let me just go on Google and I'll get the correct. Nigeria is now number one in for GDP. But I'll come back to you.
Can I ask you something? Shao Kahn, can I ask you something?
Go ahead, sir.
Nigeria currently, its economy is crumbling. Do you agree?
I disagree.
As we
it crumbled from number 1 to it crashed to number 5, because the guy had to do some stuff, but it's been growing since. I mean, as of during this guy's presidency, Nigeria's currency was the number 1 most performing currency in his presidency, but it dropped. Yes, it dropped. Which is in this past 2 years, he reached that status. It dropped, but it's on the rise. I disagree. This guy has paid Nigeria was owing a bunch of money, and he's paid a huge amount of it, more than any president in Nigeria. So if it's still bad, I agree. It's not as good as South Africa, but it's on the rise. So I disagree.
But that's that wishful thinking, though. What's up with all this wishful thinking? We're coming. What's the importance of telling people?
Can I ask that South African guy this? Do you think 10 years from now, 20 years from now, do you think South Africa is going to be better GDP wise than Nigeria? 10 years. I don't want to say 20 years. 10 years from now.
Nigeria's GDP is 574 billion. Hey, Black Americans.
No. Wait, that guy has gone. He's gone.
Higher spending power than fucking Nigeria, bro.
Whoa. That guy has gone already.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I'm gonna bring it back up. I think he had a connection.
Okay, ZA, please. Can I ask you something?
Hey
guys. ZA, can you hear me, sir?
Hey guys, I'm back. I was briefly disconnected. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yes, sir. Can you hear me? ZA.
We can hear you.
No excuse.
Okay, ZA. Yeah, we can hear you, ZA. I want to ask you something, ZA. Do you think 5 years from now, do you think South Africa's GDP?
ZA got a delay. We can hear you, ZA.
Okay. Yeah. Well, if you guys can ask him this, does he think South Africa's GDP is going to be better than Nigeria in 5 years from now? Because we have beaten it. I saw it on the news last week, but they won't update it until the next fiscal year. It dropped 2 years ago and it's back to number 1 again. So, and they're just following the trends. Think about this. Look at how great South Africa is. South Africa, I have a friend here. He lives in South Africa. He says some places in South Africa are even better than the US. He tells me that. And I believe him. But those guys are projecting the economies of the future 10 years from now, 20 years from now. There is not South Africa they mentioned. It is Nigeria. Okay, so sorry.
Well, country growth is based. Country growth, a lot of indicators in country growth are you an exporter? What are you exporting? And then are you able to lend your people money so they can start their own businesses to generate?
And this guy, one of the guys was asking, what are we exporting? I think Lagos Lagos was is in the top 10 cities, I think, for tech startups. I think, or tech something. The mayor of London just came to Nigeria last week, and for the tech stuff in Nigeria. So, I mean, I will never tell you guys that Nigeria is better than the US. That's not what I'm arguing, or better than South Africa. But I'm saying that the trends are, getting better.
Wishful thinking.
Wishful thinking. You think so?
Wait. So are you saying? Are you admitting that? Wait, yeah. Are you admitting that Nigeria is way worse compared to South Africa? Is that what?
Yes.
Is that your admission?
I don't know. I would say way worse. It's worse than South Africa, yes. But
Way
I
worse.
don't
You
understand.
guys have
I don't
nothing.
understand why you're arguing with me, because have I said South Africa right now or Nigeria is better than South Africa? I never said Nigeria was better than the US. I never said Nigeria was better than South Africa right now. So I don't understand why you're bringing this point up. South Africa and US are better than Nigeria
No,
right now. Yes.
because that's the thing. We're also discussing economies and whatnot, right?
But you lied, though. So do you want to take that back? I can't take you seriously now
I
because
like.
you said Nigeria has
I
never
like.
been better
What did I
GDP
like?
wise than South Africa. You said Nigeria has never been better than South Africa GDP wise ever. That's a lie.
No, I never said GDP was. No.
Okay,
I never
okay.
said GDP was. I said
So
Nigeria
what
was
are you
never
saying?
better than South Africa. That was my statement. I never included GDP in that
Okay.
statement.
So when you say better, what are you saying?
I said
Happy?
Nigeria was never better than South Africa.
Okay, in what way? What metric are we using?
Yeah?
What metric are we using?
Well, I mean,
Jeez,
to keep it short.
the standard of living.
Hold on, because we almost at 4 hours.
Do you know? Okay, can I just say this, man? Briefly. Sorry, no excuse, man. Can I just say this? You know, I recently read one of the most depressing stats. Nigeria has recently overtook India when it comes to the largest people living under poverty. Right. Now you need to understand Nigeria has a 200 million plus population, right? And India has 1.5 billion. India has 1.5 billion people. Nigeria has 200 million plus. Nigeria currently, as we speak today, has more poor people than India. Now, can you just take your time to contemplate? Yeah.
Well, I think.
What do you want me to revert? Do you want to argue a fact? If it's true, and why would I argue that? Well, that's sad.
I think it's a consensus that, and I think Shao Kahn admittedly said that Nigeria is falling, is behind a lot of these countries. So I think that's a moot argument at this point. You know what I mean?
So yeah, I don't understand. Yeah, Nigeria, that's poor. Yeah, absolutely.
But yeah, man, I get y'all closing thoughts, man. But like I said, the premise of this stream was to just kind of call out saying that Nigerians, I believe Nigerians are the blame for the wars, and they're including all these other.
No excuse, please. Just let me ask him. In 5 years' time, does he think South Africa is going to be better than Nigeria GDP wise? Please, can I just ask him that question? Or yeah, what do you think? What does he think? Zede?
Listen, because economics and economic. I'm not an economist myself, right? So economics are complex and not, and even with the terminology as well. What I can tell you is the living standard in Nigeria will never, ever, ever supersede the living standard.
Okay, so
in
because
South Africa.
you first said that you
Let me
guys have
finish.
never.
You asked a question.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Wait. Be patient. Be patient. Now, these things of GDP, right? They also, because GDP, there's also GDP per capita, which is another important economic term, right? So you can be 10 people in your household, right? Having $100. And in my home, we can be 2 having $50.
Mm-hmm.
You have 100, I have 50. You have more than me, but you guys are 10 in your household, and we're only 2 on that 50, right? So Nigeria could possibly, in the future, have a GDP higher than South Africa, especially if the oil prices they rise again, right? because we know the Nigerian economy is solely dependent on oil, like solely, nothing else but oil. You know.
That is okay. Now I'll let you finish.
Yeah. So yeah, you could have, but at the end of the day, the living standard will never exceed the living standard in South Africa. That's what I'm saying.
Exactly. It takes so long. It takes a long time to build roads and create streets and sanitation and plumbing. I agree with him on that.
Yeah,
But
because I was looking at the GDP trying to understand, like, because just like you said, I'm not an economist either, but that shit is very complex. There's so many different layers to this shit.
Gross domestic product is a huge thing.
Yeah, but the thing is, man, even though Nigeria might have a higher GDP than South Africa, but you got to look at the infrastructure, like where is money being hoarded at? Who has these funds? Because
I'm
these
not
people
gonna
are living in squalor,
poverty. Yes,
in
yes, that's
Nigeria.
true. Yeah, and me when I'm wrong on like this ZD guy that said Nigeria. Anyway, when I asked ChatGPT about standard of living, has it ever been better than South Africa? He said no. South Africa has consistently had a higher standard of living than Nigeria, even in the past. So yeah, you win that one. Yeah.
But
sorry.
No, you good. No, if I'm gonna say this as my closing statement. I'm gonna let everybody else close. But to you, Shao Kahn, if Nigeria is depending on oil exports to be the reason that it rises in GDP, the U.S. can the U.S. can kill that, because I worked in the oil and gas industry, and the more that companies and countries drill, it brings down oil prices. So if the United States decide to say, you know what, we're going to approve to drill, 10,000 new oil fields, that'll kill.
No excuse. Please let me just kill that thought right now. What is Nigeria's economy based on? Is it solely based on oil? ChatGPT. Nigeria's economy is largely based on oil, which brings most foreign revenue, but it's not solely on oil. Agriculture, services, trade, and also trade goods. So it's not solely based on oil. No.
Okay. What else do you export other than oil? Exports, not internal economy, but like trading with outside countries. What else do you export other than oil?
Sorry, hold on. I'm just checking ChatGPT. I want to give you the exact.
You don't know it from the top of your head.
So
he don't live in Nigeria.
No. So the exports are cocoa beans, fertilizers, slag and ash, oil seeds, copper, aluminum, and gems. But crude oil is
all those things
a big portion of
combined.
it.
Yeah. All those things combined. All those things you just listed combined, right? How much do they bring into the country compared to oil? In comparison to oil, like what percentage? It's probably 10% and not more than that.
It's probably what percent?
Let me break down.
It's probably 10.
GDP by.
Like I can tell you, oil is like 90%. Oil is like 90% of Nigeria's exports.
Well, anyway, point is,
right?
Well, yeah, maybe. But what I'm saying is, when they are putting that projection of what Nigeria is going to be in 10 years or 20 years time, I don't think it's all they're projecting now.
Excellent.
And that's why I asked you earlier today, Shao Kahn. I asked you, based on what metric would Nigeria become this global presence when it comes to your economy? Because you're only producing oil. He said gems. You said one other thing aside for gems, cocoa. Okay. Maybe China will come down and say, hey, can we use some of your fertile land in order to grow vegetables so you can import into our country? Maybe India does that and help you guys agriculturally export certain things. You guys do not have a huge export industry, so your GDP is a lot lower because all you're getting your GDP off of, 90% of it is on a global scale, is based off of oil.
Exactly. Yeah. And like I said, the U.S. can control the market. Supply and demand controls the market. So if somebody adds more supply to the market, there goes oil prices in Nigeria.
And that's why America has such a huge oil reserve. Is we produce the oil, we just hold.
I actually have to.
And guess what?
Seriously,
Hey,
I have to go. But anyway, 20 years from now, when I asked it, what is Nigeria's economy going to be based on? Because that's what we're asking me. Is it going to be based on oil? Mostly, it says in 20 years from now, 2045. I hope all of us are still alive by then. Nigeria's economy is projected to diversify far beyond oil. Agriculture, number one. Number two, mining and minerals. Number three, manufacturing and processing. Number five, services and ICT. Sorry, I'm not numbering. One of them is energy and renewables. Before, it wasn't oil that was the number one. It was cocoa.
That's still speculative based on what the current information is.
Energy and
Anyway,
renewables,
guys,
bro. They don't have running
Thank you
water
very
and power,
much,
bro.
and I really appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Bro, stop it.
Yeah, that's all speculative based on what the economy is showing right now. And like I said, agriculture could be a huge thing because China is starving. They got way more people than the agriculture they can produce. So yeah, China has been known to go in the country and say, hey, you grow these plants for us, we'll go ahead and import them into China and start you a whole nother economy line for your GDP. They're known to do that. But other than that, you're not going to do that much to become a global.
So the projections, man, don't go off these damn projections. Right. These projections, these 50-year projections, stop.
A lot of things have to change globally for that to happen.
And they got huge infrastructure issues, power. How you talking about some projected renewables? What he said, energy renewables. I'm like, y'all can't even keep the lights on. You can't keep the lights on 8 hours straight throughout the damn day.
If you got some industrious people that want to go down and build some solar arrays and solar farms and some other natural ways of producing energy, then yeah, you might be able to start, producing enough to keep all the lights on in Nigeria for cheap.
Hey, ZA, come back because I want to get on you about something before you leave.
But let me say this real quick, because while these guys are arguing, and HB Gone Global, you brought up a perfect word that's being used: xenophobia. Those two countries between South Africa and Nigeria have been xenophobic against each other for generations. You had the right two people, one from South Africa and one from Nigeria. They're both xenophobic when it comes to their cultures. They're both in competition with each other. Those are the different things that go along. They're both in competition for job. They stopped their immigrants from coming down from Nigeria into South Africa from 2008, 2015, 2019, because of the high unemployment and crime rate, scapegoating for foreigners and economic struggles. Same thing in Nigeria. They don't like foreigners coming in and trying to take their employment and business sector. So both of those countries argue left and right because they don't agree. This is the problem with Africa. You got all these nations. If they learn to unify and open their borders and work together and become statehoods instead of individual countries, they would be one of the strongest nations in the world as a continent. But all the individuality and all the xenophobia and all the finger pointing, they will never get over that shit. And that's why they fail.
Yeah. I mean, I don't understand why they so beholden on these fucking tribal beasts, bro. Listen, man, you think about migration patterns, all those people mixed up. Ain't nobody truly who they fucking are. All those people, like the migration patterns, is create new fucking different groups of people and shit. But they so hung on all this fucking tribal beef shit. Let that shit go, unify and bring shit together. And what I want to get on ZA about is, man, y'all let me down, man. I rock with South Africa, but y'all let me down with the Julius Malema thing, dog. You know what I'm saying? How the hell y'all did stunt for an old boy, man? He seemed like he's a brother that's on code, and he was like, yo, we don't take no instructions from no white man. But y'all elected that other fucking guy, man. I don't even know his name because he's not even relevant to me, because he don't stand on business. And he got sunned by goddamn Donald Trump.
You want to respond, Zia? Okay.
Look, what I'll tell you is that Julius is not popular in South Africa. He's popular in Africa. The reason being, he advocates for open borders. We don't want that. But
why?
Here's another thing. You
specify why you don't want open borders.
I thought Julius didn't want open borders.
You talked about tribalism. You talked about xenophobia. You talked about, like, in the past we're moving and mingling and whatnot. That's actually not the case. I can tell you right now, the guy from Nigeria will support me on this. In South Africa, we are Bantu people. He'll tell you there are no Bantu people in West Africa. In actual fact, if you go to National Geographic website, it will tell you that Africa is the most, like, has the most genetic diversity. It has more genetic diversity than all other continents combined. And so we're genetically different, we're culturally different, we're phenotypically different. I was being told, like, when you just take a gaze and whatnot, you might think that, oh, we are look alike and whatnot, but that's not actually the case. It's like a Vietnamese and a Japanese. You know, you might think they look the same, but if you pay attention, you will see that actually these people, they look different. And when you go to their genetic and cultural backgrounds, totally different people, right? So we can't unite. Currently, as we speak, Ghana wants Nigerians out of their country, right? So it's not just us South Africans who want these people out. Even Ghana used to call us xenophobic. But the same Ghana, today they're saying that, hey, we were wrong and South Africa was right. These people are bad for our country. Because the reality is that they don't come here to build. They don't come here to help you build. They come here to destroy, to loot, to cause chaos.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you guys are dealing with
yeah, we heard that.
You guys are dealing with a lot of illegal immigrants from Latin America. We have a similar situation here. We have a similar situation here.
What do you say about the
we want them out? If you want to call it xenophobia, fine. If you want to call it tribalism, fine. And I'll tell you this: there's no tribalism in South Africa. We have a lot of tribes. No Excuse has been to South Africa. He knows we have a lot of tribes in South Africa, and we get along very well. There's no tribalism in South Africa. If you go to Nigeria, there's a lot of tribes in Nigeria. Tribalism is rife there.
That's true.
Are you guys still there? Can you
hear me?
Yeah. Yeah.
What do you say about the Bantu people again? I didn't catch that. What do you say? Sorry. My sometimes my audio drops in and out from other people. What do you say about the Bantu people again? You say you Bantu?
Well, the southern part of Africa through East Africa was like a Bantu.
Yeah, well, Bantu people basically.
Because I'm saying though, because you think about it, where the Bantu people, what do they originate? Didn't they originate out of West Africa? And they
you guys gotta give ZA a minute to answer. I think there's a delay because when you start
so.
talking.
Okay, it's a super delay. I still ain't hearing them. But yeah, what I was saying, like the Bantu people, they originate out of West Africa and they move through, and then you pick up other people, you mix with other people, and then you come through and you settle, and then you become your own group.
West Africans not of Bantu descent. They're not Bantu people.
I'm looking this shit up online. It said Bantu people originate from West Africa, like the upper central part, and they migrated through East Africa, right below.
I got Bantu in my ancestry.
Right through below the Horn of Africa. They came down all through the West Coast, and you can see the migration patterns of the Bantu people. I'm looking at several sources, so of the Bantu people migration patterns.
Hold on, somebody just came back up.
And let me see what country that is that they said the Bantu people originated from.
Hold on, while you do that, HB, hold on. ZA, go ahead and check your mic and then go ahead and explain. You say you were part Bantu, or what were you saying about Bantu?
It says Bantu migrations began from North Africa and
Oh
spanned
yeah,
through the
sorry
West and
about that,
South
guys.
Africa.
I'm moving around a lot, so I'm some connection from time to time. Yeah, we're Bantu people. Bantu people are commonly found in Southern Africa, parts of East and Central Africa, right? But another thing that makes there's also subdivisions in like Bantu people, right? South Africa is also, the Bantu people in South Africa are also unique because we are heavily mixed with the Khoisan people. The Khoisan people are black, but they are not Bantu, and we are heavily mixed with them. You can, like, a simple example is our former president, our late president Nelson Mandela. He's a Bantu man, but when you look at him, he has got very strong Khoisan features, right?
Yes.
Yeah, them cheekbones, them chinky eyes.
You could tell the difference between them.
Oh, he dropped again.
Yeah, but I'm saying though, you know, these people, they stump on these we these people now. Yeah, today y'all probably hold on, but the thing is, man, through migration patterns, you mix and mingle with people through thousands of fucking years, and you migrate, and people separate. They become their own tribe. They start speaking their own language. It might be something similar. You know what I'm saying? The cliques might be different and shit, but goddamn, y'all be acting like y'all don't
This
be.
is where the division, I believe, comes in Africa. They're trying to hold true to their African roots by tribe so much they restrict themselves from integrating, so they keep the division going.
So they,
and believe me,
thinking like,
the
okay,
European
today we
countries
these people
love
now,
it.
like y'all didn't come from nowhere else before that.
Listen, the European people love that because it keeps the division without them having to make a division. They're dividing themselves based on
exactly.
And so they can never unify enough in order to take over and reclaim a lot of the things that the European people have done for division. They can never go back in and reclaim a whole nation because there's too much subdivision in there. I mean, that's part of what Americans do when it comes to racism and what they do here, you know. Go ahead. Go ahead, Zia. You can go ahead and talk. I'm done.
Okay, guys, I'm moving around a lot then. So from time to time, I'm losing connection. I know what we're talking about now.
We was talking about Bantu peoples, and then there was I think HB was making a point that so much mixing has going on. Like, what's the relevance of kind of using that point of genetic differences?
Yeah, well, but we're still I don't know how to put it. Okay, you know, do you guys know about what's this? What's this disease called? There's this genetic disease is called sickle cell. You guys know about sickle cell disease?
Yeah, I carried the sickle cell trait myself.
Yeah.
I actually have sickle cell trait. I don't have sickle cell, but I carry the trait.
They got this thing in Africa where they want to know each other's I forgot what they call it, just some kind of genetic code shit, so they don't mix with them so they can have sick kids and shit. I noticed that. I saw that on the dating show over there.
Yeah,
they always
it's
talk about
very
AA,
common.
some shit, AA and all that bullshit. But yeah. Well, what about it?
It's very common in West Africa. Very common. It's genetic, right? It's very common in West Africa. And it's non-existent in South Africa. Non-existent. Like when I say non-existent, I mean non-existent. And it's genetic. So it's just one of the things of which tells you that genetically we are different. FBAs, some FBAs have sickle cell disease, right? And I can say that's one of the proof that some FBA came from West Africa, because there's that genetic commonality of sickle cell disease. But if we are going to say that Bantu people migrated from West Africa, then how is it that FBAs have sickle cell disease, but Bantu people don't? In South Africa, it doesn't exist.
You just said
Where
there
do we
was a
come
cycle
from?
of people. You just said there was a cycle of people where they were trying to breed it out. So do you think they let people that had been diagnosed from a child of having sickle cell live? Or do you think your people killed them to get rid of the disease so it wouldn't be carried on from one generation to another? You got to really dig into when you saying that kind of stuff, because there's a lot of nations that try to inbreed, outbreed. Hell, when we got to America, they were breeding big bucks with women that could produce bigger black workers. So when you start talking about genetically trying to get rid of something, that means your people did some fucked up shit in order to do it. Don't erase that part of it either.
Well, they had to have the technology to even root that out to a certain extent.
Exactly. But then when they rooted it out and saw there was a problem, then they did something ethically or unethically in order to get rid of it.
And the technology, where would we have gotten that technology from back in the days? I mean, that would just be near impossible if we are going to, talk about getting rid of certain genetic stuff. It'll be difficult and damn near impossible in those days, in those times.
Really? Think so?
Yeah.
You know, they've been dissecting bodies since the Roman times.
But I agree. I accept what he says, that they're genetically different than West Africans. I'm not going to take that away from him, even though Bantu people have been migrators or nomad. They're nomadic people, so you can see traces of them. But but yeah, the tribalism is deep rooted. It could be amongst genetic lines. It could be amongst colonial borders. It could. It's a lot of reasons why it exists. But to your point, though, South Africa has a lot of tribes, but you don't see tribalism. So, and Rwanda got rid of that tribe.
And that's why they were able to come together and become a stronger nation. That's what I'm trying to say. If Africa as a whole would get rid of that tribalism shit and focus on growing their nations as one people, they would grow quicker, stronger, and then if they can open their borders and become statehoods and start claiming their individualities, they can have state flags representing their countries, their original countries, but become statehood and make Africa a global economy or a global continent of one nation. Y'all would whoop everybody's ass. And especially if you reclaimed your natural minerals, you would be the Wakanda. But that's the problem. Yeah, they keep you guys separated.
Yeah.
I just read something through migration. The sickle cell through the Bantu people was mitigated through migration and shit. So
yeah, like I said, you have to. I'm looking at it. Sub-Saharan Africans, Hispanic, Latino populations have it also. Middle Eastern populations, Indian populations, Mediterranean, North of. So that's been going on for generations, thousands of years. Egyptians even have it. Moroccans. So obviously the Black culture has integrated into a lot of these other cultures well enough that sickle cell trait or sickle cell itself is still prevalent in not only Africa, Hispanic, Middle Eastern, Indian, Mediterranean countries. Come on. Now you say you bred it out in South Africa, it's not even present. Y'all did some fucked up shit to do it.
I was reading that it said it was through migration that it was that it dispersed the sickle cell mutation.
Yeah, because they say even when I was doing my DNA stuff, they said it could be a generation where you do get genetic mutation. So you can't account for what happened like before.
Exactly.
Because you got to think about it through migration and shit. You know what I'm saying? Weak people fall, strong people survive, and you got those people that carry on, and then they you know what I'm saying? They they have children and shit. You know what I'm saying? They pass down the strong genetic markers. But if you have a people that's relegated in a certain area for thousands of years that didn't really move, then of course they might maintain some of those sickly gene traits. So it's not like, oh, we just Bantu people, just a different type of people. It's like they were just placed on Earth and they were just like, you know what I'm saying, made differently. It's just through migration and shit. And you saying it didn't? I looked at several sources. They said the Bantu people originated from West Africa, and you said that's not true. But I would like to look up some of your historical information.
Yeah, you know why? Those sources. Can I just say something brief on that, right? Those sources, all of them, actually, if you can look at them, all of them, they will tell you that the theory that Bantu people migrated from West Africa is a scientific theory, like it's scientific. All of them, they will say is scientific. Not even a single one of them will tell you that it's based on oral history. That's very important.
Oral history, man.
You know,
I could tell.
Yeah,
No Excuse something. He could tell Ronan something. He could tell me something. I could tell you something, and it could damn change. So you really like stumping on oral history over like, you know what I'm saying, genetic markers and shit.
No, oral history is actually very important. Oral history is actually very important. Do you know that even in the Bible, a lot of books in the Bible were passed down orally before they were written?
That's true.
Yeah.
Even the Gospels, some of the Gospels, like they were passed down orally first before they were written. The Gospel of Jesus.
You know why they started writing that shit down? Because motherfuckers was goddamn getting shit wrong, so they had to write that shit down because the shit changes. Even when
I would want to say too, and me and No Excuse to agree on that.
But prior to that, it was passed down orally.
ZA, I need to know what Bible you talking about.
The Standard Bible, whereas the KJV or I don't know, American Standard, whatever Bible.
I don't believe in those Bibles. Those Bibles have been changed. They have been touched. They have been modified to control populations. The only one true Bible, No Excuse Ent. Which Bible, No Excuse?
Okay. Who wrote Genesis?
Moses. Moses is the first 10.
And Moses wrote about Adam, right? Moses wrote about Adam. Did Moses live in the time of Adam?
No.
Nobody lived in the time of Adam because Adam was the original man. Thank you, T-Mac, for answering the question.
So Moses was not there to witness Adam and Eve in the garden, right?
And those stories are very small. They're not detailed stories.
He was not there.
You think about all those stories in the Bible. They're all small stories. They're not long, elaborate. So anybody, you can say, okay, all right, a small something, you can pass that down, and you can believe that it hasn't been changed. But a lot of those damn stories wasn't that much a long, detailed history into it. You know what I'm saying? Because nobody can't pass down oral stuff like that without it changing.
From one nation to another, it's going to change the story. You can't sit in a circle of 10 people, somebody whisper in one person's ear, and get that same thing back to you within 10 people. There's no way orally you can talk about a story that's crossed generations and keep it consistent if it wasn't written down somewhere.
Yeah, but what was my point? My point was that oral history is important and it should not be ignored.
Storytelling can be changed based on who the winner is. That's the way history is too. History is.
Well, he got a point, because white people created a narrative on how slavery was, and then we have people that said no, there were black people already in the U.S. Something.
History goes to the victor. Whoever wants to record history is usually the one that wins.
Listen, are we going to ignore the oral history in favor of the scientific evidence that proposes the Bantu migration? And remember, by the way,
so what's the oral history of Bantu history then? Y'all is it that y'all always been there in South Africa since the beginning of time?
No.
Is that the oral history?
No.
So what is it?
Yeah, our migration. Our oral history is that we came from the northeastern part, right? Northeastern part. And I've actually watched a couple of videos on YouTube from different countries like your Uganda and whatnot. Even the Bantu people there, they don't talk about migration from the west. They talk about migration from the north. Migration from the north. It's
okay. All right.
Look,
okay. I'm gonna believe what you say, because I wouldn't tell somebody what, because I don't know. But since I'm gonna go off with your oral history, but you still came from goddamn northern part of Africa and came down and settled in South Africa. And my whole point was that, you know what I'm saying, y'all trying to make it seem like y'all just so different. Yeah.
I think it's kind of pompous. Well, I think it's kind of, I don't know. I think it's kind of arrogant for an American to kind of give an African their history.
Yeah, I'm not. That's why I say I'm not being arrogant. I say, hey, I'm gonna go off what he says.
It's not even arrogant. He's agreeing with him, but at the same time, you allow an immigrant to come in here and define who we are as black people too. As Americans, they have no basis on their opinion. They're coming in giving their opinion. Now you just corrected us on what we shouldn't do for African nations. When African nations come here and speak for us as if their ancestry were derived from slaves here, and they felt that pain that we felt through our ancestors.
Yeah, that's why I can say I'm wrong, because I'm just reading off what I'm saying, that it said it came from west, but he said through his oral history, he said it came from north. I said, okay, I'm agree with him. But my whole point was just saying that, you know what I'm saying, like, through just the whole with the sickle cell stuff and people migrating shit, you know what I'm saying? And that was my whole point was, you know what I'm saying, that they came from somewhere else. They didn't originate from South Africa, but I thought it was kind of sound like I thought he was saying that they originated from South Africa, and that's why they are so different as far as like genetics and all that stuff. That's what I thought he was saying, but he cleared it up and said, hey, you know what I'm saying, no, that's not what, you know what I'm saying, I was trying to say. I was saying that our oral history said we came from the northeast. I'm fine with that. I'm cool with that. Yeah. Because when you look at the migration patterns, it still say the same thing.
Yeah,
they came from that area because they settled in different parts.
No, sure, man. Yeah, but it's based on scientific evidence. That's why the Bantu migration is still a theory. It's a theory based on whatever archaeologists found. And listen. Honestly speaking, it's not something
listen to this. Oral history tells us that the original Israelites were black people. But, but white scientific reasoning will say, it wasn't black people in Israel originally.
Mm-hmm.
So
I believe that.
Who you want to believe?
Yeah, I don't think that there were black people in it. I don't think so.
We was all over this damn place, man.
And I don't think the Bible comes from Israel either. So
We
You
already
know,
said the
I
Bible
don't
came
think
from
there's
Ethiopia.
plenty of evidence. There's
That's why
plenty
I
of
don't
evidence
understand
that
why.
the Bible comes from Africa, not from Israel.
Right, and we just said it comes from Ethiopia.
Yeah.
The Bible was formed in Ethiopia. The Catholics took it and had through the canon tales, they decided which books of the Bible they were going to keep in for the King James Version. They took the Bible apart to reassemble it to make it the King James Version. That's why I think in several rap songs or several verses, somebody said they took our religion, changed it, and sold it back to us.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and even the land itself, the country of Israel, I don't think the Bible talks about that place. I think the Bible talks about Africa.
What?
Yeah.
Well,
The land of Jacob, I think it's in Africa. I don't think it's in the Middle East.
I don't know. I mean, that's
and I've done. It's a whole different topic, but yeah.
Are you a Christian? ZA. Because I'll be
I'm far from a Christian.
Okay, yeah. Because I've been dating some of y'all South African women, and
yeah.
Some of the girls like they like to be in touch with the ancestors, and some of them are not that be converted to Christian, and they be saying that talking to your ancestor is the devil's work. So you know what I'm saying, that shit crazy, man. How Christianity just affected the minds of all these people, man.
Exactly, because Christianity accuses us of worshiping ancestors. Like,
yeah,
you know, it's our cultural practice is called worship. Bantu people have a deity, have a god, always had a god, one god. Always had it before the Boers came, and before the British, the Portuguese, even prior to them. Right? Yeah, but we also, you know, in Christianity, there's this thing called what do you call it, guardian angel. Like when someone dies,
Go ahead.
Yeah, in Christianity, they believe that when someone dies, then they now become your guardian angel or something like that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, like if maybe like they'll tell a child, like if the child's dead, die, like your dad is in heaven, he's looking down on you, he's like your guardian angel, blah blah blah, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, I would say in simple terms, that's what describes our relationship with ancestors.
Hey, I'm about to start colonizing y'all, dog. Y'all has a
no one believes. Yeah, exactly.
Y'all have a wealth. Y'all have a wealth. Y'all have a wealth of deities and shit, man. And I think there's some talented people, some black people on the diaspora.
No, not. You see, listen, those deities are not. Bantu people don't have deities. You find them in like places like, especially West Africa, they have deities there. That's why that's what I'm trying to tell you. Africa is not a monolith of culture, right? We are so different, even culturally.
Now,
in Bantu, we don't have deities.
What do you have if you don't have deities?
Let me get to my point, man. Listen. White people, look, listen. Let me get to my point, because I was trying to go somewhere with that. So what I was saying is, man, there's a lot of talented black people on the continent, and what I'm saying is, like, white people have been making money off their deities and their legends and all that shit for years, especially in the video game industry. And you know what? In the video game industry, a lot of people are craving for new content. And you know, I'm in the video game industry, so I'm like, why are there, like, you know, you got God of War, these type of video games, and that's wrapped around like Greek and all this mythology and all this Norse mythology and shit. Yo, it's a prime opportunity for y'all to take y'all own deities and profit off of that shit. And you know what I'm saying? Like, tell the story the way you want to tell the story and make your characters and your legends historic. You know what I'm saying? And also that that'll also
Egyptians have Ra and everything else. What do African people have as deities? If you say you don't have any, what was your Mother Earth? What was the thing that made the rain fall? What did your witch doctors and everything else do?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to explain to you, that we don't have deities. We have the creator, right? One. And then that's it. We communicate with ancestors and whatnot, like the example I gave previously of like a similar to guardian angel and whatnot. But in terms of deity, we only have one, the creator. In South Africa, Botswana, Lesotho, we can call him Modimo, we can call him Sonini Nanini, we can call him Unkulunkulu, you know. But in other African countries, they do have actual deities and multiple deities. Most commonly, especially like in West Africa, I know that they have like voodoo. There's a lot of deities in voodoo and whatnot, right? So I think those guys would be able to capitalize on that video game industry and so forth.
Well, there's culture. I mean, there's cultures in the U.S. that still, try to have a connection with ancestral connections. I've seen the way they do certain burials in New Orleans, for example. Right. They have certain rituals around that. Even some of the chicks I talked to in South Africa, paying the lobola is important because not only you want respect from the family, but they say you want respect from the ancestors as well. So there's a lot of spirituality, that people incorporate, too. I don't want to make it seem like you're worshiping more than one God by having some spiritual belief.
Let's put it this way. Even in the Bible it says, I don't have any other gods before me. I'm the first God. He didn't say there weren't no other gods. Understand verbiage. The Bible never denies there aren't other deities in this world. He's just saying don't have any others before me. You get what I'm saying? You guys take things, you don't really read for comprehension, you just read them. There are other gods and other deities that are included on this planet. And even if you went into Ethiopian Bible and look in the book of Enoch, there's more than just humans on this planet. There was two subsets of people here.
Yeah, I mean, it's different beliefs. Some people believe in Santa Claus. Some people don't.
I mean, that's way off basis, but I get what
you're saying. Some people would say, your mother, your deceased mother or father, they're looking down on you. And my pastor, one of my old pastors would say, once you gone from this earth, like you're totally detached from what's going on earth. So they're not gonna see what you're doing. They don't know what you're doing after they die. So,
but then,
go ahead. Hey, ZA, no, I just kind of off topic. I was like, you don't have to go in detail. But what part of South Africa you from?
Limpopo province.
Okay. And what do you do for a living?
Pan-mulattoism.
Let's just say I'm in health.
Pan-mulattoism.
Is he talking?
Show your face.
I'm actually a medical doctor.
I can't hear him.
All right, I got you.
I'm actually a medical doctor by profession.
You're a medical doctor?
I'm in health.
Hey, good job, bro. Yeah, I got a chick out there in Limpopo, man. She in the army out there.
Man, I'm giving us 15 more minutes.
I said I date a girl out there in Limpopo. She got she's in the army out there, military base out there.
Pan-mulattoism.
Oh, you've been here too?
Huh?
Go ahead.
You've been to South Africa before?
Yeah, I've been there like what 4 or 5 times in the.
Have you been?
4 times in this year?
Yeah. All right, hold up with that
I
conversation.
just left there in June.
Oh wow!
Let Pan get in there. Come on, Pan.
So how long have you guys been dating?
I appreciate you having me up, and I try to keep it brief as possible. I think a lot of the problems that we as descendants of U.S. chattel slaves, U.S. freedmen run into is when we try to seek unity or a camaraderie or a brotherhood with Africans that literally does not exist. I would equate that to us seeking unification with Caucasians. We have to remember that Africans and Caucasians were co-conspirators in the enslavement of our ancestors. The Africans and the Europeans have more of a camaraderie with each other than either one of them do to us. In fact, it's the Europeans that allow Africans to immigrate to the United States. So, really, in conclusion, to land my plane, Africans and Europeans are not our allies at all. Neither one of them.
I don't know if you was in early. I was kind of breaking that down. We had the guy from Nigeria was up, and I was telling him that the Africans today, they basically they African colonizers. They coming over here. They trying to assimilate with us. They trying to blend in with us. They trying to replace us, and that comes from a colonizer mindset. Just like when you sent the missionaries in, you know what I'm saying? Now you send these guys in, they come in, they try to be amongst us and play nice, you know what I'm saying? They get in these positions of power, and then they talking about, oh, we don't need reparations. And you be like, hold on, where the fuck this dude from? You know, you kind of find out he from he not from the US, he like from Africa somewhere. So yeah, I wholeheartedly believe what you're saying.
I think a lot of it comes down to the fact that in our minds, Africans look more like us than Europeans. So we think that Africans have more of a camaraderie with us than Europeans. But if we boil it down to genetics, we as U.S. freedmen, we have African and European ancestry. But just because we have European ancestry, we would never say the white man is our brother. We have to apply that same exact logic to the Africans. They are not our brothers.
Nice.
No, you made a good point. I mean, I do think for hold on real quick. I do think for a stronger, I do think it would be beneficial for Black Americans and white Americans for us to have more unity, because at the end of the day, the world has a target on America. It's not gonna, they're not gonna bomb white people only, or the target is on America. So most Black Americans say they're not trying to live in Africa. They're not trying to go somewhere else. So if this is going to be our country, our home, and we want to remain powerful, it is in both white and Black people interest to unite, because we're the only ones that can really help white people and vice versa. So I do.
Let me speak to that real quick, Pan, and then I'm going to let you go because I know you want to rebut that too. And this is American military mindset myself. In that respect, I don't care who pokes the bear. We're all Americans at the end of the day. Anybody comes as America, we can forget and call a truce temporarily between the indifferences between white Americans and Black Americans, Hispanic Americans, or whatever Americans in the American military, and we'll unite to fight whoever is coming over here to fuck up our peace. But at the end of the day, there's still differences, as Pam was stating. We can still have our differences, but unite when there's an overall cause against America as a whole. We'll unite to fix that problem. But then we still have our own individualities where we're not unified in that way. So I'm going to land my plan and let pan mulattoism.
I think an underlining point too, real quick. I think an underlining point, and Pan, you can let me know if you mean this as well. I think that white Americans should look at Black Americans as more of an ally than white Americans should look at European countries. Europeans aren't our friends, you know, in the grand scheme of things. But you can go ahead and respond.
Can I just say something? No excuse. I think there's something that I've observed over time, and I'm seeing it here as well, is that there seems to be this perception that FBA think that they come from all over the continent, which is not true, right? So
no, we don't think
this,
that. Who said that? Where you got the information from?
that's why. Can I let me finish? That's why there's this. You often see this generalization that Africans did this, Africans did that, Africans sold as Africans. You are not being specific to regions or places.
We're working on that. We're working on it. We're working on that.
Let me finish. Let me finish.
Well, actually, you interrupted, but go ahead.
Listen,
You interrupted, but go ahead.
I can tell you for sure that FBAs don't come from South Africa. FBAs don't come from East Africa.
I'm gonna stop you right there. I'm sorry. I can't let you listen. You an African. Stay in Africa. Don't comment on what FBAs are. I don't want to know about your opinion. No, I'm not gonna let you. I'm not gonna let you.
No excuse.
I'm not gonna let you. First of all, you and mulattoism. You were not supposed to be like that. Don't let him finish because he's African.
No,
commenting on the FBA situation.
Hold on one second. I don't want you to be redundant. We, like HB said, we what you're saying, we already know. We shouldn't be using the term Africa. We should be more regionalized, West Africa specifically. And so, yeah, we know that genetically, South Africans don't represent us, or East Africa. We know this. So just to kind of stop you there, you know what I mean? But we do have to. This is why I made the stream why Nigerians. I didn't say why.
And North Africa as well. Yeah. Generalization is important because some of the time, when I hear FBAs talk about how Africans sold them, it pains me as well. Like to know that someone is accusing me of doing such a horrific crime.
Listen,
when in reality, my ancestors were not involved in that. That thing happened thousands of kilometers away from even where my ancestors were.
Bro, we never said. Listen, at this point today, everybody know the history of chattel slavery and where we came from. We're not saying, nobody said South African sold us. Nobody. I've never heard that argument at all. We know we came from the coast, the west coast. I mean, the west, the shores of the west of Africa. So I don't understand where you're trying to go with this.
But he's
I was
using,
like, we're trying to let you cook, but like, where you going with it?
Hold on. He's using immigrant gaslighting tactics. Hold on, South Africa, you've spoken enough. This African, and this is why I say Africans. I don't break them up into different countries, different tribes. No, they are all Africans because they all attempt to run interference when we are, as descendants of U.S. chattel slaves, attempting to solve our own problems. You notice he interrupted the discussion to make it about himself and his feelings and how he's hurt that we, as descendants of U.S. chattel slaves, are drawing the line between ourselves and Africans. This is not about you, African. You need to solve the affairs within your country. You need to figure out why y'all got all white towns in South Africa right now called Orania. That whites have created a neo-colony in your country, and you over here crying to us. We didn't make no colonies in your country.
Yeah, but we've
really.
got
So back to the focal point.
in South Africa.
Back to the focal. The whole country supposed to be black, nigga.
I know. What?
Okay, so why you got white towns in the black country? Okay, so go figure that out. Go figure that out. We trying to figure out our own problems. All right, so mute up. You see, I didn't interrupt you. South African. Hold on, South African. You see, I did not interrupt you, right? Even though you interrupted me, I did not interrupt you. I let you whine and cry. So mute up now. The point is this: to the descendants of U.S. chattel slaves on the panel, literally. And this African is an example of it. We must stop allowing foreigners within our conversations when we are trying to solve the problems within our own community. Literally.
I think I've seen him around. I think he adds a perspective. But I will I will push back on you, Pan, as far as that we should regionalize things, because a lot of things will be, a lot of discussions wouldn't even exist if we were brought up knowing that, let's just say Nigeria, we're descendants of Nigeria, instead of the narrative has always been we're descendants of Africa.
But no excuse. Can I ask you this, brother? Can I ask
Let me
you this?
finish. Let me finish real quick. But
All
if
right,
the
bro.
narrative was always been we're descendants of Nigeria, we were just isolated to one country, we wouldn't have this West African beef or this African stuff. It'll be just on Nigeria.
But no excuse. Two things, and they'll both be brief. Number one, we're not just descendants of Nigeria. I took a DNA test. I have Cameroonian ancestry.
I said if. I said if. I said
Okay, so
if.
let's talk about reality, brother. I'm gonna ask you a question, and I'll meet up for the answer. Are you able to name any group of Africans right now that are in the U.S. that are not actively working against our ethnicity?
I mean, they are working. They're ops. Yes,
So that's why I
they're
say
ops.
Africans. I'm not breaking them down into different countries or tribes. That's the exact reason. You just acknowledged it. So that's why I'm not about to say, is it the Cameroonians? Is it the Ethiopians? Is it the Egyptians? No, because we're teaching our children to be confused. We're passing on confusion to our children. No, when I say Africans are problematic, you already know what I'm speaking about.
Yeah, but ZA's point is that when it came to slavery, we can't pin South Africans on the selling or the cooperation with um, sending his people to be enslaved.
Yes, but we're not just speaking about slavery, are we, brother?
That's what he's talking about, though. That's what I'm
Yes, but
saying.
he's using immigrant deflection tactics, brother. It's not about what he's talking about. It's about what we are talking about to solve the problems that are in front of us today, not 400 years ago.
And let me add to what he's saying. What Pan's saying is the topic was about Nigerians are fueling the diaspora wars. Here you got a South African introducing the fact that we should be empathetic to their country based on slavery when that wasn't even a topic. So why would that even come up?
I guess because a lot of the conversation, it bounces around from a country to a region to the continent, and for somebody on the outside, it may be confusing. But I do understand Pan's point too. Is like, well, you wouldn't be confused if you wouldn't be in the conversation. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I didn't get that part either. But I mean, this ain't no just a strictly FBA, you know what I'm saying, discussion panel right now.
Yeah.
But yeah, I didn't really get what he was talking about. He was start talking about we blaming Africans as a whole.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to stop him right when he was starting to talk. Wait a minute, we never said anything about South Africa.
Yeah,
I
say shit
about that.
Yeah, I was like, if anything, South Africa should have more of a
and then to add FBA in there. First of all, I don't want you commenting anything about FBA and you from South Africa. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Just like I can't go into South Africa and start commenting about your fucking shit that's going on there.
Yeah, but every country in Africa is not represented, is not fully represented in the United States. So let's say there's a country in Africa that has no community in the United States, and then we start throwing this, Africa this, Africa that. That one country that has no representation in the United States are gonna feel like, man, why we catching strays?
Right. And that's exactly right. How did what T-Max just said? That's exactly right. South Africans have their freedom because Black Americans did what we did. Y'all didn't have to fight. They gave it to y'all after what we fucking did.
But that's the point of my stream today. Nigeria got other countries catching strays.
But I'm not gonna say that completely. Because I mean, when I went over there, I did, engulf myself in the culture and some of the stuff that I read and understood. They like during the 60s and all that shit, they did have their own political and racial things that they was fighting against over there. They got some people, I forgot their little brother name, but one of the little young guys got killed and that sparked like a whole movement, you know what I'm saying, as far as like them getting freedom and shit, you know, trying to come up out of apartheid. So there was a lot of shit that was happening we don't know about, you know what I'm saying. If you don't read up on it, or if you don't go there and learn it yourself, like I can't say, you know what I'm saying, South Africa old,
so to your
but
point,
we did have an influence on the world globally when it came to getting freedom.
You saying that,
but
we
I wouldn't say like, you know,
their apartheid, so we can't
black
on their
South Africans owe us
and their ancestry on apartheid and their pain and struggle in order to get their independence through whatever we did here in America. They can't come over here and speak to our slave ancestry and our freedmen that were here and all the struggles we had to deal with through our ancestry to get to the point where they can come over here and enjoy all the benefits that those struggles provided. Be quiet.
Yeah.
Honor us, but don't comment.
All right, man. I'm gonna get some. Pan, you got a closing statement, man? I know you came kind of late, but you know, you got anything you want to say before?
Well, yeah, appreciate you having me up. Much love to the panel, and in closing, to all my U.S. freedmen, we have to see Africans and Europeans the same way. They were co-conspirators in the enslavement of our ancestors, and both groups work against us to this day. You have Europeans that come to the U.S., they support mass immigration to the U.S. You have Africans that come to the U.S. and they support mass immigration to the U.S., even though they know that mass immigration is causing ethnic displacement against U.S. freedmen. They still support it and they don't care. So we have no allies, really, in summary. And thanks again for having me up. Much love, family. Peace.
Appreciate you, brother.
Bro. Appreciate you. Yes, sir.
Anything you want to say, HB, man?
Nah, not really, man. Just tune in to the content, man. I got a whole bunch of videos and, you know what I'm saying, that's queued up, you know what I'm saying. Y'all just make sure y'all hit the notification bell and subscribe, you know what I'm saying. Your boy still doing this global thing, man. And shout out to the global crew, man. Shout out to the panel. Shout out to Bart Simpson, head ass, No Excuse.
We can have a roast. We can have a roast session real quick.
We do that. Go out FBA style. You know what I'm saying? I don't know
your Sanford and Son looking ass.
This nigga look like a motherfucking character from motherfucking King of the Hill and shit, nigga.
Colonel Sanders looking ass.
But yeah, man. Hey, man. Appreciate it, guys. Man, I ain't been on the Afro Sundays, man. A lot of times I just be busy. I'll be forgetting to tap in, man. Ain't like I ain't fucking with y'all. Just sometimes I just be doing my own thing, man. But appreciate y'all for having me up, man. Thank you.
For sure, man. ZA, man, we closing out, man. Give us a closing statement, man. I think Nigerian internet might be better than South Africa, though.
You ain't lying, boy. That motherfucker, you know, sometimes, you know, that data be falling off down there in South Africa.
I need to buy a load.
You know, they ain't got unlimited internet down there yet. Yo, that motherfuckers be robbing the fuck out there. I'm like, yo, you gotta pay for data. I'm like, man, I ain't paid for data in about 20 years.
Hey, I'm the darkest light-skinned brother you ever meet. But there's a lot of indifference when it comes to Black immigrants coming to America and trying to separate but be included in the benefits that Black Americans have provided. I would appreciate you guys' homage and respect to the fact that you come here. You've been able to take advantage of the benefits that we were able to set up for you. Your countries have been able to take a benefit of the example that we set. And a lot of y'all didn't have to fight for your freedom. It was given to you by just moral rights of what we already had to suffer through. You know, just be respectful that Black Americans have set a lot of standards worldwide and globally. We're recognized as being the successful part of whatever has happened. So at that point, you know, I ain't got nothing else to say. Shout out to you, No Excuse, for allowing us to come up. Love these Afro Sundays, man. You got to keep them going. Welcome back, because I know it's been a minute. You've been traveling, but keep it going, bro.
No, I appreciate it. We read this comment. Afro Culture World said you mainly met only 2 Nigerian tribes and conclude that is the summary of who we are. So I guess he's referring to Igbo and Yoruba, and I guess he's saying there's other groups of people in Nigeria that represent Nigeria in a different or better way.
Yeah, no excuse. Can I just say something before?
I said Nigerian. I didn't say breakdown culturally. When I asked ChatGPT a question, it was just Nigeria, period. It didn't matter about your tribe. Here's the thing with tribalism again. He's saying, you only talked about 2 tribes. I asked about the nation of Nigeria. We commented on the nation of Nigeria, not on individual tribes. We didn't go and pick apart each one of your little tribes and everything else. We talked about your nation's production.
Well, okay. who talks shit online and who got the loud mouths? You know, maybe he could be talking about, you know, the loudest online and stuff like that. But let me get ZA in just in case his internet crashed out. Go ahead.
Yeah. Can I just say something? I got a lot of interruptions. I move around a lot. I'm moving around a lot. But just before I go, I just want to say this now. What I noticed is that there's this, even from this discussion, there's this attempt to want to unite, become one, and whatnot. And honestly speaking, though, I think is to your detriment. What I believe is that you guys, FBA, you are a unique group of people. You're different. Yes, you might have came from like West and Central Africa, by ancestry, but you are a unique group. You are a unique tribe. You see, being different. The thing about tribalism is mostly understood as a bad thing because most of it comes across as hatred to people who are different from you. But I believe that diversity, like being different, should be appreciated. And you guys are different. You should appreciate that. This thing of wanting every black person who comes to America to assimilate and become one with them, I don't think that's necessary. And I think that's what brings a lot of these complaints that we're seeing here. It's good to make alliances with people if you have a common goal, but it's not necessary to become one with them. I don't know if what I'm trying to portray makes sense. But
I think we're realizing that now with the delineation movement that, you know, we've been doing this on our own by ourselves for this long. You know, we the only ones we could depend on. So I think we kind of realizing that, you know.
Exactly. Like delineation is a good thing. It's very good. I support it. I fully support it. And it doesn't mean that you completely cut off other people because, you know, in South Africa, we have this thing called Ubuntu. I don't know if you guys have heard of it. You know, yeah, like umuntu ngabantu. Like what makes you a human being is other people. So the alliances with Africans, they are important and you should have them. But alliances should be based on common goal, right? So you meet an individual at an individual level. Does this person's goal align with mine? If not, then you don't have to associate with them. But this thing of automatically thinking that they are family just because they have the same skin color as you, I think that's to your detriment, basically.
Well, immigration is our detriment. True, we have to go through another ethnogenesis, and the only way to do that is to slow down immigration. The European migration slowed down. That's why European countries used to beef a lot too. And once the European nations got strong enough where they didn't need to come to the U.S. for resources, the U.S. made those countries self-sufficient, so they don't need to come to the U.S. and bring that tribal or tether mindset. So we got to stop. We got to stop African migration, Caribbean migration, and focus on the people that's here and go through another ethnogenesis, because American history have showed us that we don't delineate for long periods of time. Like we groups of race come together. So even though we might be delineating, I think we will go through an ethnogenesis if we don't get waves of new immigrants coming in to perpetuate the tribalism. But yeah, I think Ronan had to step out. HB, was you saying something? We don't cut off people. Let me read this real quick.
No, I didn't say anything.
T-Mac said, we don't cut off other people. We are too accepting. There are just some people who look like us who try to undermine our efforts. I don't hate anyone, but everyone should respect our lineage. Yeah, it's tough. It's a hard thing for us to delineate because that's not our nature. Tribalism is our nature. So that's a struggle in itself, trying to do something that's not natural for us to do. Some of us have heard the term Ubuntu. Not all of us are ignorant. Some are, though. We survived all these centuries alone. We became successful. Even Donald Trump said, we built this country. But with that said, man, I'm going to check out, man. Appreciate all y'all that's tuning in for this long Afro Sundays live, man. Please like, subscribe, and leave comments on the video to help the algorithm, man. Peace out, everybody.